And first thing I wanted to point out was a couple of things I discovered on your stuff, and I've made some changes to the data files. I'll show you on my screen, and then I'll show you how to fix that up on yours as well.
Okay.
So should be seeing my screen here next.
That I am.
All righty, and let's now switch over to getting Carlson up and going. Oops. You're using IntelliCAD version, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll use that. I've got both AutoCAD and IntelliCAD. I usually use the IntelliCAD side almost all the time. I keep in the AutoCAD side just for testing and for clients that have that version. So anyway, let me see here. I got something popping up here. Yeah. All right, so here is essentially what now I'm spun up in 3D. You can see that side of the road over here. You know, there were some height issues there as well as on this point here. And there's a couple of others. I couldn't really determine a pattern as to what was you know, if we could just globally drop them down or something. You know, I don't have that raw file, so I wasn't able to see it. But
Shoot, I sent that to you.
well, that's all right. And we can look at it when we get to it. But in plan, if I do this and let me freeze off the 3D line work atop of it. And I wanted to point out a couple of things here. You see these curb returns? You know, they're nice arcs. Those are true arcs, which you can verify by seeing, let's just turn the drawing inspector on and let's look at curve data. So when you hover over that, you see it has a radius and an arc length and a chord and a delta. You can say for both. One's the this one. So one is the curve and this one is the, well, it's also, they're all on layered curve. I think one of those points is like back of curve.
Yeah, the other was up gutter. I had those.
Yeah, so that's the gutter. So so here's what's going on now. If we look at and you see those are true arcs, and I'll turn this back off and I'll turn the 3D line work on. So you see the 3D lines that get generated to help do the surface modeling, but as you can see, you know, they're not arced, they're segmented because there's no such thing as a three-dimensional arc. Because if you consider just taking this as a curve that's flat in this plane, and let's say you just took one end of it and raised it up, say a foot higher than this. Well, when you look at that resulting 1 foot higher on this end curve, it's no longer part of a circle. It still looks like it in plan view here, but because it has an elevation up here higher than down here, you'd have to position yourself and look at that perpendicularly. And so what's happened is that it gets stretched out in that perpendicular view plane. So, but of course, and that's just if you just raised up one end, but you know, you could have points in the middle that go up and down and up and down. So there's no real way to make that into a true arc part of geometry. And the reason I'm pointing this out is that, you know, that conversion from this, well, let's get into this one over here. You can see it highlighted over there. When you take that, which is the original arc, and you convert it into its 3D counterparts, it has to put these little segmented pieces on the original arc, and it approximates that arc. And you can see it's a little bit further off on this one. Now, that gets done with this setting right here under crossing configure general settings right over here in this lower right-hand corner. It has, when you remove arcs, and that's what it's talking about, is removing the arc from the 2D and making it into 3D. We're going to do it with a preferred method. And in this case, I said, do it with this maximum offset. And that's the maximum amount of distance that it can be away from. So it's basically, you know, half is the midpoint of each of those segments. And I said, I want that maximum distance to be 0.02. And the other option is to use a chord length, in which case that would be a 0.25 with that setting. And that would mean that, you know, the distance between these 2 points would be limited to that distance. So you can see it's obviously greater than 0.25 feet in there, but this distance is within 200s. So, you know, the key is you can make those numbers really, really small, and then you get, you know, hundreds and maybe even thousands of little segments on the 3D. But each one of these points along that 3D feature become the corner of a triangle in the resulting terrain model. And so, you know, thousands of them in there, you're going to have that many triangles, and you're going to unnecessarily complicate that surface model. The computer could probably handle it okay, but you know, you get into things like you know, you get all those extra triangles, and maybe out here on this one, you see it's got a vertex here and one way back here. So that, you know, all right, so here's one, and up somewhere in there might be one, maybe, yeah, one's right there, and the other right here. So it would form triangles all across from this point like this, and then at some point it jumps to that point and starts making triangles this way. So this part in here gets sort of defined by these giant slab triangles, which aren't necessarily very accurately reflecting what's going on in there. So, you know, the key is then you want to try to match up the number of, you know, you want to add some additional vertices in here. And you can do that a number of ways. There's a polyline utility where you can densify the vertices, and that will add those into that 3D line work and keep them in there. Okay, but the preferred method now is to, when you go to triangulate and contour to build the surface, right down here is this thing that says densify the break lines. And you're going to tell it, you know, put a vertex in there, even if it's all on the same straight line, add a vertex every 5 feet. And it does that in memory so that it builds the triangles from there, and then it throws them away. So you're not okay. So that's what's going on. So you don't want these to be you don't want those numbers to be too small so that you get thousands of little points in there, but you don't want them to be big. Like you don't want a segment going from here to the midpoint to the end point, because then they get too far away from the original curve. So then what happens is when you go to, you know, draw your map and deliver your final plan, you would freeze this 3D layer, and you're left with these. Now these, remember, were the true arcs. So when you annotate this stuff, it will annotate and show you that, hey, that's a, you know, a curve with a radius of 16 feet or 25 feet or whatever it happens to be. So it measures that as a true arc, and it can give you a radius value, a length, and all of that, which is what you're really after on the 2D portion of that work.
I'm not going to get that, because when I did those, I did it with the SMO instead of PC and PT, and
yeah,
that's
you
what
used
skewed
the
that.
smoothing code, and that's why, you know, yours came over and they were sort of smooth looking, but they weren't there. And there's one other aspect here as well that you did. Let me straighten out some points here. So let's just. Let's see which one. Grab this one, take in here, and then this one, and put it over here. And then this one. So, let's see, that was the, let me see, there's one more here. Let's see.
I remember what I was doing here.
Yeah, there's a difference in there. See that one and that one. So you had one of them here that said gutter, and then this one I made that you had it as a gutter end of line. So in other words, it's really, it might have been easier to bring these out. Let me try that.
I remember what I did on that was I ended that gutter polyline there, and then I started gutter smo.
Yes, and that's what I was wanted to point out, because you end the line and then you took another shot to start that gutter. But that's not the way you should do these. You should do these, you start the feature like way back wherever it starts.
Okay.
Survey up, and when you get to the curve, you don't make another point. That point can be, it can serve the end of that and the start of this, but you just come back here and you start wherever it starts, and then you give it a PC and you give it a PT, and then you keep going. If that's
Okay.
not that, you can go over and grab another, gutter point and gutter point PC, gutter point PT, and then come on down here and you say gutter point. And at that point, you put the end line code.
Okay.
Okay, so you don't start and stop on these little features, because you got all these little points in here that are essentially the same point.
Right.
See, if I look at this point, that was a gutter start PC, and in fact, it looked like you came down here and then backed up this way, which is okay. But what I would probably have done if I were doing this now, let's see, we started this way. Yeah, we started here and ran down. So I'd come down here. Now that gutter didn't come around this way.
Yeah, and I think I just I just forgot to put those in.
Yeah,
well, that's too far.
Yeah, that's okay. And you can always add those in later.
Okay.
Reconstruct it from this line. If you know the constant distance, you could do that manually. But if I were doing this survey, and let's say, I would go, gutter start, gutter, and let's just do it. You're right here. So maybe gutter point there, gutter point here. And I would come down to here and I would say gutter PC, and then I would get this point next. And this point is gutter EL perhaps. Now, is the gutter also out here? Does it crease right
Well, yeah, it's in. I thought I'm going to rename my gutter flow line, because it has a little bit of a dip where that elevation kind of continues down through that approach apron.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it's almost, it seems like it's on that flow line that runs across that driveway goes right into that gutter.
Okay. So, but the gutter still wraps up to here. Now it comes up to here and ends. It doesn't come up
Yes.
here, right? Okay, so then I
Right.
would come over here and call that gutter or flow line, whatever you want to call it, PT. And also EL. Okay. And then I
Okay.
would go back and instead of reshooting that point back here to continue, I would just go to the next point that you're going to get and call that one gutter ST. Start it again
Mhm.
and then do a JPN back to here.
Okay.
And then because you're starting here, now you could also have called that gutter one because this is gutter and that and gutter one, the one tells it to start a new gutter feature. So you could have made this one gutter one, this one gutter two, or here and whatever.
I
But
like the
I would say-
JPN. So the code for that, if I use the JPN, would be gutter space ST space JPN and then whatever point number I'm starting.
Yeah, like 106.
Okay.
That was back there that you, the one that you had as the PC, if that's where it joins into it, or whatever point that you observed where those come together. But only shoot
Okay.
that point once. All right.
Okay.
And so then you're starting here and then you would gutter point here now if you went there and then worked backwards this way, I would probably just come up here gutter point. I would say gutter point start JPN that one up there. And then I would come over here and shoot this point here. See, how would I have done it? Actually, I would have probably done this feature, that feature, and then done this one in between. So I would have said start up here, PC, PT, and I would have said maybe start here with a PC, PT, and then I would come back up to these points here. And if there needs to be a point in there in between, that's fine too. I would, but since I've already shot these 2 points, I wouldn't go, don't go back and re-get them. I would just shoot this point here and I would give it a gutter and not a start stop, just a gutter. And then I would give it 2 JPNs. I would say JPN this number and then JPN this number, and it would create that to connect off those edges, to seal off this driveway apron, basically. All right.
I like that a lot.
And if you look at like these curb features, I would come over here and just say BC start, BC PC, BC, BC EL, BC inline. Although, because you're getting edge of concrete there, when you come up here, again, you don't need 2 different points if that is the same point. Now that looks like it's separated. So maybe they are 2 points. But let's say those were 2, that point was the same thing. It's the end of this back of curb, but it's also an edge of concrete, right? And like you may have started back here, EC start, and then you pick up this thing and you go to BC PT EL. And then you would also say EC. So that would continue this previous EC, pick up this one, and you go over here and you would say EC, and you would also say BC start PC. So one point with all those codes would take care of that one corner, because you can have multiple codes on a single point. And so it knows it's an EC, so it connects the ECs, but it also knows it's a back of curb, starts an arc, and BC, BCPT, and then this would be EC. Now, if it's also on this line, I would call that point BC space EC, BC space EC. So it draws the BCs through those points, but it also connects the ECs, and they can serve that double function there.
I did not realize that you could double function like that.
Yep.
That's really cool.
Well, and that should save you a lot of time.
Yeah.
And then you come around and do a BCPC, BC, BCPT, inline if it's in, if it's not, just call it, also call it EC, and then get a East, well, this is EP this time. But so EP space BC, PC, BC, BC, PT, and then finally down here, BC inline.
Okay.
All right, so that's the preferred way of doing those type shots. Same thing here. Now this pavement looks like it's intended to be here instead of on that edge.
Yes, because there's a bit of a drop off that sidewalk. So I, was trying to get that, show that difference in elevation there.
Yeah, and that's a proper way of doing that, as long as you realize that when you shoot this point over here, if this is an EP line, that from that point all the way down to this point, it's going to construct that 3D edge all the way there. So there's no need to also come here and do an EP point. You can, it doesn't hurt it, and you would do it if it's a high point along that feature. But if it's not a high point, just let the endpoints control it. And then when you shoot this point off to the side, because this will be generated and will be treated as a break line, it keeps that point from looking across here and missing the fact that it's raised up a little bit here on the pavement, on this pavement.
Okay.
So the break line is what controls that. So as long as that line's in between this point and that point, it can't look across it and see that point. It can only see points along this line and any other points back here. It would make triangles back in this direction too. So that's the proper way of doing that. And this EP point looks like, well, that's an EP this way.
Yes.
And if that is separate from this edge of concrete and it's down a little bit, or if it continues across it, or if that EP is also the edge of concrete, then just double code that point. And then if it were, and this was an EP EC point, this blue line then would go from wherever it starts back here, it would hit that point, go through that point, and then continue on to the next point. Okay, but if it is truly off and you're getting, that little drop, recognizing that this is going to get created, that's going to separate that from this one, so you don't shoot straight across and you get a little kink in the resulting surface coming down here. That keeps that from happening, and you would see that little raised edge once the surface gets built.
Yeah.
All right, and let's see, putting the codes for your fence lines. This is that overhead power, which I didn't set up the line type on that one yet. And then the same thing with those arcs back in here. I assumed that those were arcs, and you got a lot of those where you shot them multiple times and it looked like they were really supposed to be the same point. So that was sort of my interpretation of those. Now I left them at this point. I left these multiple points. So you see this line and this line, they're not joined at the same point, but they could be, because you shot that twice. You can see it's 6704 and 06. And the same thing with these two. You've got 6701 and 6701. So they start and stop. And I did this one as an inline coming this way. And then this one, I did a start and a PC. Well, I just started as a gutter PC. Because it had ended, it picked up again, and it really should have the start code on there. It did. Same thing with this. The backer curve inline, and then the backer curve PC come on around to start that, and And then these, of course, this back of, this curb point or edge of pavement, it's a gutter point, sorry. And because it's just on the curve, it's between the PC back here and the PT up here, then that you don't put anything else on there to say that it's on the curve. It knows it's on the curve because it's between the PC and the PT. So, you got a feature here, which is, you can't really see the grips very well. You see the little grip there, but that is part of that gutter feature. Here's another one, you see, but they're two separate features because there's the difference in where you shot the 2 points. We shot it twice. So I didn't choose which one of these was correct and ignore the other one. I could have, but you'd have to make that decision based on, when you're surveying out there, which was either which is the better point, or just arbitrarily decide I'm going to hold these points and I'll get rid of that point. So you, but when you're doing that feature, you come up here and start, probably here would be a gutter start, which it is, okay. And then and it looks like that might, is that another gutter shot in there? Yeah, so there you start, then gutter, any points that you need to pick up along the way, anything that changes direction horizontally or vertically, any peaks or dips, you pick those up. And you come down here where you're starting around the curve and you shoot that point, and you call it gutter PC, gutter, if just the one or whatever, and then gutter PT, and then all the points that you need in between until you get to the end, and it's gutter EL. And so that generates one continuous feature all the way around, including going through the arc. Okay, but of course in 3D, of course, that arc is segmented. So that would be all of those points that it would find. And it would also, start building triangles over to this feature. And again, you would want that to be densified when you build your surface, so you get, a more even distribution of triangles across here instead of just to those 3 points here. Now, if you don't densify this when you're building the surface, it's not the end of the world, because even though it might put a bunch of triangles down to this point and then skip and a bunch of triangles to this point, and you got this big long edge triangle right in here and one right in here, that may still be okay. Those may be valid, but it just makes for a smoother surface when you densify this stuff. So just keep that in mind when you do the triangulate and contour part, to set this right here and to densify break lines. And usually 5 feet on a site like this, or 10 even, would be sufficient. Depending, what is their distance here? Let's see. Now that's like 3 feet. So if I did, so this is, if I put 5 feet, it would put at least 1 point in there and maybe one in here. And that would help smooth out those triangles a little bit better. Okay. So that's sort of the diagnosis of what's going on with this. But I like, you got some good sort of gridded shots throughout the flat areas. Those are good. Now this being, those are the finished floors. Okay. So now, as you can see, it's 6878, 6875, 6884, and 6886. So it's not a level slab, or there's something amiss in the survey points. But a lot of times what we'll do, if that's an existing building, for instance, we'll get these corners, and then if there's like a main doorway in, just shoot to 1 point for the finished floor. But if this is just a slab out there on the ground, then what you're doing here is fine.
Okay. Yeah, this was like an open, I think it's eventually going to be torn down, but it was a metal building where they peeled all the skin off of it. There's still the structure out. And I was like, well, shoot, that other building. But that's what I usually do. I just take it right there on the door seal, or right out the door, get it closest. But that makes total sense.
Yeah, so, but like you said, you might need that as a slab. So getting these interior, that may, again, it depends on what you're doing. So those are perfectly fine. Those are legitimate. That was not a you shouldn't do this, depending on what's out there and what you're trying to establish with it. So
Sure.
but you might consider coating that as a just as a concrete point, or now don't use EC because that draws lines.
Mm-hmm.
Use PVMT or something, whatever you wanted to call that, to reflect what that material is. All right. And so now you've got similar things here. There's all kinds of stuff going on. We've got a point, this line called building, and then we've got a concrete and a concrete, and those were done probably from, let me get to one. And I see that goes from there to there to there to there to there. So that's the one that went through the points. And then there's this one, which looks like it's only got, let's see, looks like it's from here to here to here. There's one, or there's three. There's 1, 2, 3. So it goes from this corner to this corner to this corner. Probably because, let's see, there's the EC point here. And that ended that line. Okay. This EC point here started, and you said EC1, so it knew it's a different feature from this one. So that started this one. And then that went through those EC points there. You've also got some pavement points. Right. And then that went up to here as an EC. And it's probably got an end code. Yeah, there's your end line. So you shot that EC over here as a separate feature from these ECs. And this one is EC1 start. And that went just to there as an EC1 inline, I'm guessing. Yep, there it is. So that created itself as a separate feature. So yeah, that is a separate feature. This is a separate feature. And then down here, you've got two. You've got this point here, which is EC1 start again. So, but because you had EC1 back here and you ended it, you started another EC1 right here. Okay, and then here you've got an EC point, and it is on this feature, which drew all the way around here, including this edge, which you had already done once before with the building. Okay, so that feature and this feature, let's see what the elevations are. So this one is 68,703, whereas this one is 68,666. So that's a little bit of difference. Of course, it's a little bit of different position as well. So that's what I'm saying. You're sort of you're muddying up the issue here a little bit by getting all of these, what is probably a single point. Because if that point is the building corner as well as the concrete and everything else, one point will do it. And then you would generate, one closed figure for the building. And then I would just, so this could be a building point, so a BLD.
Yes.
And then space EC for your sidewalk. And if you need to have an EC1 because you still got an EC running that you haven't ended yet, or if you're starting over, just EC start and then EC. And then EC and then EC inline space BLDG or whatever, but and now you may need to have multiple points in there, because you could be getting a little raised edge or something. So, but if it's not, if it's all the same corner, one point, and that will keep you from generating all of these additional lines.
Okay.
Okay. So
Makes sense.
and everything else looked fairly decent. There's edge of gravel, and I set up the codes to put in the fence lines and the gravel dash, and again, that's the overhead wire. And instead of you might put that, we put all of the utilities on the utilities layer, so then I would probably, find an overhead wire line type that would make sense for that. I didn't have one loaded at the moment when I was doing it, so I didn't. I just left them like they were here, but I would go back and set those codes up to, draw that in as an OHE or however you want to symbolize that on your map. And again, remember what we're looking at here are just the 2Ds that result from that. That's going to be what draws the map. There's your light pole. This is what edge of pavement. So you started an EP here, edge of pavement, or it ended it there in line. And then you had this one as an EG, and you started the edge of gravel. Now, if that's the same point, again, shoot it once and call it EPEL space EG ST, and then that will start that edge of gravel from there. Okay.
Oh my gosh, that I just had no idea that I could combine codes like that. That's not, I've saved time and this confusion with these stacked points.
Oh yeah. And for instance, if you had let's just draw. Maybe that was a driveway that came in here or something like that. And if the gravel edge, if the gravel, that's still the edge of gravel. So you would put an EG space DW start, and then a EG DW1 start, and then you would put a DW inline, DW1 inline. And so that reads from that one point here. The EGs go through, but the DWs start and go up to this one, and then another DW, because this one hasn't been resolved yet. This one said DW1, that one just said DW, and then DW1, and then DW1N. So it picks that up and creates that. And once DW is started, it connects all of the remaining DW points until it hits an end code. So that's why this DW, and we made this one DW1 so that it didn't draw the driveway line in here as well, because it was connected DW to DW. But you could have come up here and said EG DW start, and then walk back here and say DW end, and then you'd come back and you'd say EG DW, and you'd say start again, and then come back here and get this one DW end. But if you haven't gotten this point ended yet, as you're going down this road, don't worry about it. Just make, because it's open, you would say DW1. So you're starting a new point, a new line of DW. The one makes it different from the plain DW. And then when you cap it off, you would say DW1 inline. Back here, you'd say DW inline.
Total sense. Yeah.
So, but still, like I said, I applaud what you've done. So that's a break line, but you've got your break lines. I put this code here. That was a toe, the toe of that slope, and you've got these as I guess at your top of slope that you just coded as a break line,
Yes.
which is fine. A lot of times though, I would have a code called top, and if it was specifically for a top of slope, because everything that you do is going to become a break line if it is significant in its elevation. Fence lines are not always, significant unless you pick up all of the vertical changes along the fence line. Usually they're just, 2D only. That's why I don't have a 3D line out here. It could though, but what that implies is that the point wherever you shot the previous fence post or point that represents the fence, as long as that fence rides the ground between that point and this point, and there's no high or low spots along the fence, then you would create another break line along with the fence. And so, and the way you do that is that you tell that your fence code, you tell it to draw 3D lines. But if when you shoot fences, all you're going to be getting are typically the horizontal fence posts, and you're not picking up the vertical changes along the fence lines, then you would leave your fence code set to only create 2D lines and not 3D also. Okay. So there's your toe slope, there's your top, and then again, edge gravel, and you see there's a 3D line over top of it. If I click, you see that 3D polyline, because my ED code says draw a 2D polyline on V road edge gravel, and then also a 3D polyline and put it on 3D break line. And so then when you model your surface using this, but then when you draw your map, you freeze all of those and you let these, so your line styles and your true arcs will show up as arcs and all of that. Okay. Making sense?
It sure is.
All righty. So
Absolutely.
now this site is small enough, we could probably go through here and, with some judicious point editing, come up with a better approach on, we'll edit those points so that when we run field to finish, we'll generate this stuff correctly. So let's maybe go through that. So if we select, I'm just going to select everything here and delete it. I needed to also get these. I'm going to take all of these things out. So now everything's out. And what I want to do is I'm just going to dump the points without field to finish at this point. So I'm going to just draw locate points, and I'll just use a little tick here. Now I'm going to make these symbols and text a little smaller just because a lot of them are on top of each other. And I'm going to make that like 0.04. And this one is text 0.02. Let's make them both 02. So let's see what happens. We'll draw all the points. All right, so there's all our points. And if we zoom in, we've got enough separation we can see what they are. Now, starting up here, let's see, these are control, that's a survey cap. All right. Oh, here's something else we could have done. This might have been even better. Just take everything out again. Let's go to draw locate points, but this time. Let's see, what I want to do is actually not draw locate points. I'm going to look at my point defaults for just a moment. So I'm going to go back to the points menu, points defaults, and I'm going to come down here and say use field to finish for point style. So all it's going to do, if I look at my draw options, let's see, do I need to? No, I think I'm okay with that. So all I'm going to do is use the point styles from the code table. I'm going to use the code, like Texas Surveyors field code. And so that's going to ignore the line work for the moment and just dump the points in. But as the points come in, when I do a draw locate points, you're going to see that the point styles are going to come in with things assigned. So if now I come back here and look at that survey cap, see it's on this layer called boundary, and it didn't have a specific symbol, but we had like, yeah, here's a sanitary manhole. And it's using a symbol. Now this is a wipeout. I can see that's on there. I'm going to turn those frames off. Let's see. There we go. So now there's a wipeout behind it. So when, if you were to draw, if that were say on a line that represented the sewer pipe, or if it was a corner on a property corner or something, and then it goes behind, it makes it look like it was trimmed out, but it's still just a feature that goes to the corner. So if you had, let's see if we add a vertex to the center of there, and then so maybe if that were a property or something, it would look like that. So you don't destroy your lines, you just hide them with that wipeout. And that symbol, this one here, SSWR-04, at sanitary sewer 04, and it comes from wherever we picked that up. It was probably from here, maybe, yeah, right here. So that symbol is composed of a drawn circle, a letter S, but there's also, if I look at the wipeout frame and then regenerate, let's see. Oh, there it is. I just had to zoom. Oh, that's what it was. The frame was, here's what had happened. If I do a regeneration at this level, now you'll be able to see the edges a little better. So there's the edge of the wipeout. So it's basically a circle that's been segmented, and then it's told it's a solid fill. So I'm going to turn the frames back to 0, and we'll regenerate that. So that's how that part in our point defaults, we said use the codes to draw the symbols. So you see those. There's your iron rod found. There's a traverse point in here somewhere. There's your clean out. There's your traverse point number 2. You see it's on a layer called control. And then you've also got that same thing for your traverse point 1, wherever it wound up going. I think it's right here. Yeah, there it is. All right, so, and it also put in the descriptions. So if I look at that point, see, it has a description in your coordinate file, it says control. But when it drew it in here, the code said, now notice it says drawing description is nothing, elevation is nothing, because the code said create some text of the point number, the elevation, and the description, and the description from the code said CTRL, not CONTROL. So that's on that one. If I look at that manhole again, for instance, as a point, you see it has a manhole SS, or MHSS, but it has a drawing description of SAN space MH, because the code said to do that for the point. And that was set in a point default if I said use field to finish to set the point styles. Okay, here's a water valve, for instance. And you see that is basically the symbol is the valve symbol and the WV. WV is in your coordinate file, but we didn't use that in the drawing. The symbol itself has the label, so we didn't duplicate it there. Okay. Now there's a couple of them that I was noticing that I had turned off, is that I had taken, like, here's one, two, here's our 3 different points. Point 24. And you know, see it points to this little point up here, and that's a BOC, back of curb. And right now it's set to not draw a symbol in the code. So I'm going to come up here to just edit the field to finish codes. And I'll open up the file we've been using, and I'm going to look at the back of curb. And for a point, instead of nothing, I'm going to go ahead and use that little tick. We'll use those as a plus tick instead. We'll save that, we'll exit that. And now I'll just go right back to draw locate points. Make sure it says erase and redraw, draw all, and then you'll see that back of curb points will show up with a little plus mark. And it zooms out. So there's all our back of curb points. Everything else is using those little X ticks. And if it's a specific one like control and water valve, and here's one called a water meter, and that's one I might want to fix. So I'm going to edit my WM code. Some of these I haven't moved over yet, so it's probably, let's see, unassigned. Sort by this. Water meter, let's take all of the, whoops, let's take the water line meter and tank, valve access. We'll put all of these in the utilities category. There we go. And now that water meter, instead of that symbol, let's find a better one to use. Let's see if we go to water, something we might want to do as a water meter, maybe that one. And then here was another one. This was an unknown utility. And it's just a point marked UTIL. What, when you survey that marked at UTIL, what did you mean by that?
We're back out a little bit. Let me see. Okay, unknown utility. I know I had
the coordinate description just says UTIL.
Same ours.
That has got to be part of the AT&T. That's not the access. There was another.
Yeah, over here, vault access.
Vault access. And that was another, it seemed like it wasn't labeled, it was a smaller version of the larger AT&T pedestal, but it wasn't labeled or anything.
Okay, all right, we'll worry about that one. We'll get to it, but now for these, and see, there's your fire hydrant, same deal. Here's your water meter. Let's just go back and draw these points again. All the points. And you'll see the water meters change to be water meters. Now it's going to zoom with stents when it finishes, and so that's fine. All right, so we've got, and there's one that the MH says. So the code says, even though that says MH, I'm not going to put it in the drawing as a description. But I'll let the symbol speak for itself. Now, that again is set with this points defaults, where you tell it to use field to finish. Like once you're good and consistent and you got a code table built that it's useful and you're not doing a lot of edits on, I would turn that on just to dump your points, because they're going to automatically go on the right layer and they're going to be the right symbol and everything that goes with it. But if not, if really all you want to see are just ticks and labels as to what they are, then you would simply turn off that little checkbox right there. And then when you draw your points again, it's going to be with whatever this symbol is set to be, everything, and whatever layer that's said to be on. And that also brought those down in size so that we could work with them a little better. Okay, so now
Yes.
these are, go through that sanitary manhole. So now you're going to see, so you see it's the drawing description matches the coordinate file description, so we know exactly what we're dealing with here. Okay, so now here's where my friend would sit down and he'd start drawing lines, and he would draw the lines in, and that's okay. You can do it that way, but field to finish will do all that stuff for you, as you've discovered out there on the field side of it, so you can see it before you leave the field. That part's good. So we're going to work on this file and get those things straightened out. Now here's one, for instance, this point number 21. They used to just say GTR start, but remember we needed to get the top of curb that's right up above it, essentially vertically, but we can't really have a vertical. So I'm going to offset that horizontally by 0.5 and vertically by 0.5 foot. So I'm going to go, when I draw field to finish, it's going to put a 3D line right down that flow line, and it's going to put another 3D line 0.5 to the left and 0.5 foot up. And then there's the back of curve back here. So it will make a 3D line this way, a 3D line above it this way, and then this back of curve will make its own 3D line. So now you're going to have that sort of L-shaped looking feature between 3D edges, instead of going from the gutter up to the back of the curb. You see, that make like a wedge curve instead of a square curve. You follow?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, so that's what sets that up on that gutter. Now, other places where you shot gutter, I think over here some too. Yeah, like right in here, you've got gutter and back of curb. Is that also a square curb?
Yes, it is.
So then you would change that to say, all right, gutter start, offset horizontal, go to the left, because we're drawing, down this direction, and the back of curb is behind it here. So I'm going to be slightly to the left. So I'm going to go OH minus 0.5, and then OV positive 0.5 foot.
So Kim, when I do that when I give it this code in the field, it's going to be, of course, next time maybe I can hit the top of gutter, but this looks like a pretty fast way to do it, where I can just shut the gutter and it's drawing that top of curb for me.
That's right. And that keeps you from having to pick that up. Now, the only time that that's valid to do is if that's a consistent 6-inch or whatever measurement
Yes.
in here. It has to be consistently that all the way throughout. if it, I mean, so you could, let's say those curbs were consistently half a foot up and half a foot back. You don't even need to shoot the back of curb. You could just hit the flow lines and have it generate the top one and the back one if you wanted. Okay, so, but it has to be a consistent structure. If you're picking up existing curbing that might be crumbled or built wrong, or the pavement's been built up so that your flow line is actually, 2/10 below the top of the curb and not 5/10, because the pavement's been built up over repaving jobs. And so if you need to get all that stuff, get it. So you would shoot the gutter, you'd shoot the top of curb, you'd shoot the back of curb. And
Right.
but you would you had to come back to field to finish then, and make sure that they're not drawn, that the code, when you see a gutter code, you can either put this code in here, or you can have the code say when it sees a gutter point, go ahead and put these other lines in there. So you don't want to necessarily put that in your field to finish code table, because there's times when you don't want to use it and you don't want to have to remember a different code to have. So, but in
That
this
makes
case,
sense. Well,
Yeah.
so let's see, when you go to the left, it's always negative.
yeah, negative is that. And
And then
positive,
if you,
positive is up, negative is down, positive is to the right, negative is to the left. So
Okay.
that's how that part works. All right, so we're going to start our gutter here and hit the same offsets. All right, and then we're going to look. It's just a natural ground. So we had that start. Now, all those other gutter points along here, and they're going to keep that offset running from where you started it. So this one's going to also carry that until you turn that off. Either give it a different value, like OH0 and OV0. So if you're coming in and you got like a depressed curb, then you have to turn that. So let's say you had a driveway cut in here and you had a gutter point here and a gutter point here. In fact, let me just borrow this one for a second. I'm just going to put it back here as if this were, the gutter comes in here. It's a nice square gutter curb. There'd be about one of these here as well. Typically, no, we're going to throw those away. But so what I would do here is, because remember, this has that horizontal and vertical offset running, and it's going to pick it up here. So I would come to this one. When I got to that one and I noticed that, all right, that's where it's going to start dropping down. So I would say, at that point, you're going to keep your OH, so you don't need to do that one again, but actually you would come down here and one more time, like right here. So maybe I'm coming down here, and then this point, I would point to the wrong thing, but what I would do is at that one, I would say GTR. Remember, this OV back here is positive 0.5, so I'm going to say GTR, and I would say OV 0. So that do that. I think I'm going to get things in trouble here in a minute if I'm not careful. Anyway, what you would do is, all right, let me make sure this one's on. All right, so this one has the start and the offset and the vertical. And then you would come down to back where I was saying, if you had a driveway cut. I just want to make sure I didn't get those points in between there. So if I had these extra points in there, and I would say at this point where it's still offset, you leave that point alone, then you go down to, wherever that tapers down to 0. And you would just put an OV 0, you come over and the next point gutter is still gonna keep that OV0, so it's still depressed. And then you're gonna come back up to the next point where it starts the full curb height, and you would put the OV back to 0.5. So you see what you're doing there is you're telling your offset line to, keep following. Drop down to 0, come across flat to, and it's not level, but it's the same height as the point you shot. And then when you come back to full curve, turn it back on to 0.5, and then that carries on around.
Okay.
So that's now going to come up to here. And we're going to get into the GTR points in a minute. Now, I'm going to, since we're working on that gutter, I'm going to clean everything out. Again, I'm just going to draw locate points again, but this time I'm just going to say GTR points. All right, so there's now my gutter start, and you see the code I put in there. So these are all going to come around here. Now it looks like right in here's where we get the gutter PC. And I had already labeled that. Now you put in a gutter end, and then you started the curb part with the smoothing bit, okay? So my
Yes.
306 and 307, we could decide which one to use.
306.
So 306 is really where that one goes. So then this one, this gutter PC, we're going to actually delete that 0.307. Now I'm doing it here on my copy. So, and I can send you all this if we get it to your satisfaction, but I don't want to mess up your original stuff. So I'm going to delete that point. I'm going to erase points. I'll choose by number. And I'm going to take out 307. And I'm going to, yes, take it out of the coordinate file and everything else. Delete the symbol, yes. And yes, I'm sure. So now I just got this. And instead of that being the end line, that's going to be the PC. And I'll also update the screen here while I'm at it. So now that's going to start that curve. There's going to be a point there. And now there's where you, let's see, what's it? You started again, but you also did an end line part feature. So now again, which one of those would be the one to continue?
Let's I would say keep 317.
All right. So we'll go back to delete point by number 318. Yes, yes, and yes. All right, and so now instead of that being an inline, it's just a PT because we're still on the same feature. We're still drawing gutter. We start a curve. Is that point on the curve? There's that point, and it would continue on gutter, 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 and line. Okay. And that is that entire gutter feature. And once we process it, because we started with this code up here, it's going to create two 3D lines, one along the shots itself, another one just barely to the left, but up half a foot, and it'll follow that all the way around. Okay. So now let's look at the BOCs.
Ken, I wanted to ask you one thing on that first gutter where you did, minus 0.05 and then OH up half a foot. If I wanted to draw that back a curve, I would just simply add another OH 0.5. So I'm going.
That's a good question. And the reason I say it's a good question is because I don't know the answer to it, but I'm going to look to see, because when I think you can do multiples right here with the coding, but let me find out for sure. So that's what I did to finish and look at the help system. And I want to find that OH code. Offset. Offset horizontal. Offset horizontal, offset vertical. And then there's offset left, offset both, and offset 0, which means straight ahead. So they applied it to me. A single set of offset codes can be used offset polyline a set amount. For example, here's point number 10, 500, 500, 100. That's the northern eastern elevation. It's an EP. Offset horizontal 2.5 feet, vertical -5. So this creates a polyline connecting 10, 11, 12, and an offset polyline 2.5 feet to the right, and then half a foot below. Direction of the horizontal determined by the direction of the line. Positive goes to the right. That's the horizontal vertical starting at the point with set codes until a new code or the end of the polyline. Only one horizontal and vertical offset can be applied to 2D. So if you were going to try to draw the 2D line work there, you can only put the one in. So you would put in that, but for 3D polylines, multiple codes can be used to make a variable offset. All right, so there's 10, 500, so 10, 11, 12, 6 point, EP, OH 2.5, 0.5, then 5.75, and then 7.5. The first point is 2.5 vertical 0.5. Second point horizontal and vertical, and the third. But still, when there are multiple OH codes at the same point, the polyline is offset multiple times. Also with the OH code, the second number after the offset amount represents the offset by that OH 2. 5 means offset by 2 and repeat it 5 times. That's multiple offset can be used to draw stair steps, for instance. So if you got a set of 6-inch steps and you just shoot across the bottom step, and then you OH and OH, 2, maybe a 2-foot wide step. So OH 2, 5 means it's going to go, 2 feet to the right and do that 5 times. But no, that doesn't.
Seems like I couldn't, because it knows to do it 5 times, and then if I put OV, say 0.5, then it's going to know to go up 5 times. But every time it does that, hopefully it's going up half a foot or whatever that rise is.
Yeah, so that's what I'm wondering is if.
Oh my God, this is just amazing how much, I'm thinking, oh, I'm going to learn contours, but here I am just learning a plethora
we're getting there.
No. Listen, man, this is priceless stuff for me, Ken. Priceless.
Well, good. Yeah, I'm not sure about the vertical. Let's
you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go out next moment. I think in the morning I will. I'm gonna bust out, play around with that. See, I don't even have to have a curve. I'll just try it, see what it does.
Well, here's what I want to see. We're gonna, all right, so 269 through 340. So 269 through 340. We're going to test this right now. And we're going to come up here and we're going to say gutter ST. So we're going to start the gutter. We're going to offset negative. Let's go ahead and make it. I'm going to just take that out for a minute. So we're going to go offset horizontal. We're going to go -2. Let's go every 2 feet, and we're going to repeat that 5 times. And then we're going to say OV, and we'll say half a foot. And let's see if that will also do that. That may only apply to horizontal. It wasn't clear, but we'll see. And well, first of all, let's not put the interval. Let's just say this amount and let's see if it steps it each time. So if we say that for that one, and what I wanted to do is this. We're going to copy that and we're going to paste that. All right, so now we're going to do field to finish, but we're just going to do it on a part of it. So we're going to say, do we have a point group of gutter? I think we do.
Yeah, there it is.
All right, there it is. And so there's our 21, but and there's those ones that we did. I did some other places, but I want to start at 269 to 340. So we're going to say that group well, we'll let it go ahead and do those other ones. It'll be another part of the drawing, but let's see what this does for us. And we'll say, okay. Well, I only saw the one happen. So let's see what we got. All right, -2.5. So let's try moving this. Here. There we go. All right, so without the vertical step, it did the horizontal step 5 times. So then if we put a vertical step amount in there as a 5 times, I don't know that that works. I'm gonna just delete these and we'll draw a field to finish one more time. Yeah, that the vertical won't do it its own. So when they're telling you to draw stair steps, once you draw those, you're going to have to elevate them yourself. But you can do that with a, so this is a 1/2 foot. So we could do a 3D offset, multiple. And we're going to go, what we said, vertical offset of 1/2 foot, 3D. Right there. And it's going to put one more out there because I think I said 5. We'll go that. I guess I'm having to do this.
Yes. Yes.
Isn't it? Oh, I don't want to just do it this way. If I do multiple, here's what I had to. So 4 times. So I would just do that same amount. These and 5. Now, if I say this one, go that way, there we go. So then that would create that. So, you know, I would have to do it in stage.
Oh my gosh, so that So much.
Yeah, but what I would really do to make my is I would do one of these 3D offsets. No, let's keep it like this. So I'm going to go 2 feet horizontal, no bump,
Yeah,
and then 0.05. Well, that's, oh, hold on, I got a stupid. There we go. I would say 1.950
so that's so.
half a foot. 1.950 to half a foot, and then I would, let's see if I can copy and paste this. That's gonna be 1, 2, 3, 4 stairs. There we go. So if I say okay, and if I pick this, go that way. Now, when you view that, you're gonna see.
Oh man, that's a beautiful thing.
Well, you're not gonna see it. What you need to do is this. Wait a minute. Oh, crap. Let's go back. Let's take these off. And let's try that offset 3D. Now, let me take this one out. Actually, I've got multiples in there. That's the problem. All right, so now if I offset 3D by multiple, I'm going to go 1.95 at 0. And then I'm going to go 2 at 0.5. All right, and then this one needs to be 0.5. And that one needs to be 1, I think. See, 2 feet away. It's like it's carrying the horizontal and it's not carrying the vertical. Let me think. All right, 1.95 away at the same elevation, 2 feet away, half a foot up. And 195, yeah, see, this should do what I want it to do. Now, no, it's only doing. Well, I'm not seeing how that multiple works. Here's what I would do is I would do it like this. And I would go 195 at 0. Then do it again and then change those to be 0.05 and 0.5. And then I would repeat that again. .195 and 0. Repeat that again of 0.05 and 0.5. All right, so that's now building that, and you could then take this and copy from there to there and to there and to there. And I think that'll work. And let's draw in what this would look like so you can see it a little better. You see the edge definition. Oh, I missed one. This is the better way of doing that anyway. I should have. Oh, let's put that one aside. Let's bring that back. Let's just spin it up a little bit, grab this guy. Problem is, see, it snapped to that 0 endpoint instead of that one. All right, now. There we go. Now, when we look at that, we're going to see. And this is the way I do mine. So you'll get those lines are going to offset, but you're going to see how they actually build the step.
Oh my God, that's
That's
beautiful.
and that's the thing you need to keep in mind, because when you are doing a gutter point and a back of curb, well, let's take it here at the front step. I don't have the bottom. If I'm shooting the gutter along this line here and the back of the curb along this line here, if you don't create this line, you're going to wind up with this yellow line going from here diagonally down to here. So it looks like a wedge curve instead of a square curve.
I guess Dad has just been drawing those in. Interesting.
Yeah, so that's why we're interested in getting that offset, those offset codes built in there. But sometimes in the case of like the in the case of like real stairs, call it the bottom of the step and measure your stairs up, and then in the office you might just take those, just work on those things manually like I did right in there. To try to do everything in the field like that, you could, first of all, you could run out of space in your description field.
Exactly.
All right, so let me go back and.
But for that basic, starting with the gutter or starting with the back of the curb, either way is just, oh my God, that's
Yeah, as long as
genius.
as long as it's consistent, okay. All right, so now let's put this code back in like it's supposed to be. And that's going to be offset horizontal minus 0.05 and an offset vertical of positive 0.5. We'll copy that. We'll paste that here. So, okay. Now, while we're at it, let's go look up here. This gutter at this point is going to offset again to the left. So we're going to start offset horizontal left, vertical. All right, that's good. And then up in here is where we need to, we'll fix all of that part here in a minute. Let's see. Here is where you started that gutter that goes across here. We can think about that in a minute, but think about when you're out there on the ground, what was going on here. Now I've got 2 points that were shot here. One was this one, which was a gutter, and the other one was this one, which was a gutter end line. So you see what it did? It went and picked up that point and it just came right back there because that was the next gutter point and you said end line. Now, this line here, let's see a point. That's the offset line, I think. So let me get rid of these lines here for a sec. All right, so we're coming in here. Let's separate these out a little bit, move. The point, this one's gonna be 102, 101, and 103. Let's see, enough to get a reader on it, enough to get a reader on this one. All right, so you ended the gutter and then you started a gutter, you started this gutter, and then this gutter was coming around here. And I think if you look at, if you've got your point file handy, look at your 101. Is that where you put the SMO curve code? Or did you put that on 104? Oh, actually, you know what, I've got it here. Never mind. Let me set the coordinate file here just for a minute. I'm gonna go up to that, and then I'm going to list my points. I'd say 100 to 105. All right, so you had 101, then 102 ended, and then 103 and 4, you put the smoothing codes on. So 103 might be back on the other side. So 104 was where you started. So that started your curve. So you put the smooth code on like the midpoint of the arc. And this is the ending point. So one of these, there's 3 points here. So then you got these two, 101 and 102. You basically ended it coming down the street and then you started again. Is that the start of that arc? But then there is also this one here drawn. So one of these we need to eliminate.
I'm sorry, I was on mute there. Yeah, I believe that that gutter EL 102 should really be where that PC starts, because I started the SMO. I don't know why it's not there. Oh boy.
You
You
started the smooth at 103. 103 had a smooth and 104 had a smooth. So
okay,
but
okay.
you see, you shot basically the same point 3 times. Now, how apart are we there? We are yeah, that's like less than a tenth. That 0.08 away. So one of these points, 1 point would do for all 3 of these.
I would choose 102.
We'll hold 102.
Yeah.
Let's then erase by number. 101. (103). Yes, yes, yes. All right, and then instead of an EL, we're gonna make that a PC. And this one we're going to, now see, it says gutter start. Right now, I'm gonna call that gutter 1 start. Because that's gonna, and I'll show you what's gonna happen there is that that's gonna just, this is gonna come around a curve, and so this is gonna come up, within that distance of it. If it meant to go up there, then we could probably do a JPN 102. That might be JPN 102. Right? But it's also starting a new gutter feature because this one hadn't finished yet. So it's going to come on around. So that starts our arc as a point on the arc. And then this is going to end that feature as well as tell it the end of the arc. So that will finish it right there. Okay. Now this one was drawn. Looks like you just picked up the arc, and that's fine. So we'll start that back here and come this way. So this one now was gutter 1. So we're gonna put a 1 on there because it's a separate feature. And we're going to, let's decide which point to keep out of this one. 121. So that's coming down the main line.
I would say hold 121.
So 121 would be. All right, so let me think here a minute. If I'm coming here with gutter 1, gutter 1's coming down to. And you started gutter 1, you're 112, you're 110. There's 111. There's 9, 10. We go back to my. Go back to the right coordinate file here now. All right, so now. 110. This times. $11 was an EP point. That's why we're not seeing it. Okay, that's fine. All right, so we're coming down the street here. Now we started there, we came down, we're going to curve up here and end. We're going to start gutter 1 also here at 106 to 109. Now there's 21 and 23. But you started here to end it, so that's okay. These are the points that are the closest together here. Let me now get rid of these just to get them out of our way. So 110, 15, 16. So let's hold. So let's see. One. So you measured that district. So all we're going to have is this. from here to here. Again, I would have come maybe this direction and then continued that on. Let's see if we can fix that by point number. If I started here, that would need to be all right. I'm going to edit this point. And I'm just going to use the 112, 115, and 116 codes, but I'm going to reverse them. So I'm going to change that number to 112, but because I already have a 112, I'm going to call this 112A for right now. And I'll get rid of point 116. And I'm going to call that one's 115 is fine. This one I'll now call 116. And I'll put this one now back to 112, although we could have left it. All right, so 112 now goes 112, 115, 116, and I'm going to start instead of end. And I'm just going to, because gutter one is still running down the middle here, and I've already closed off that first gutter when that curve came around here. So I'm just going to use gutter again, and I'm going to start, and I'm going to start my curve. And that's going to be just gutter. And you see what I'm doing here, by the way, Mike, I'm changing the description in the coordinate file, but because I've already drawn the points in the drawing, they have a drawing description. So I'm just making these match. I'm editing both of these fields so that I don't have to redraw the point to get it to change in the drawing. I just want to make sure that I see it so I know what I'm
Sure.
Okay, so
Okay.
start a gutter, and we're going to hold 121. So we're going to, that's a 116. So again, that's going to be gutter EL to end the line and tell it it's a PT. So I just want to copy and paste that. So now my arc is going to go from here to here to here. And I can get rid of 0.110. It was sort of a duplicated point. So I'm going to erase point by number 110. Yes, yes, and yes. All right. And so now we've got gutter. And if I were to say, if I were to leave this like it is, what's going to happen is it's going to gutter end line PT, and then it's going to start gutter again, but it's going to start it from here, not from here.
Okay.
Now, if I took out the EL and the ST, it would connect that with a little piece right in there. Okay. So now, oh, one thing we need to make sure we do, because we're starting here, but now we're starting here and we're going this way. So we're going to set in the offsets. So that offset horizontal is going to be, instead of negative this time, we're going to go 0.05 and offset vertical half a foot. That is a square curve around there still.
Yes.
Okay, so that continues that. Now, if I wanted to just continue that through that point and then end it down here, then I need to either get rid of 121, or instead of using 116, I use 121. So you tell me what is the preference there. This one was so close to the other one, that's why I decided to keep that one. But
And honestly, I would keep 116 and go through 116.
okay, and then eliminate 121.
Yeah.
All right, so we're going to eliminate by number 121. Yep, we'll take it out of the file. Yes. Oh, yes. All right, so now we're still on gutter. We started gutter. we're gonna take the EL out of this one so it doesn't end it. And then it's gonna go to 123 gutter end line, and that's what we need. All right, so that takes care of those features. We got that feature fixed. Let's look up here at this one. Now here's our gutter end line. So it started down here as a begin, and we went to the left, and that built those lines. I'll take them out for right now. So this one's okay, and it goes 21, 25, all the way up to 31. Now, if you recall, we had it wasn't a gutter shot. I think it was probably the back of curb shot. There's an elevation bust in one of those lines in there somewhere. So now we've got those points all done for gutter. And if we draw field to finish, and we're just doing the gutter group, see what we've got. So now we've got the double lines. I'm supposed to, I think I missed one in here. You see 103. Oh, we ended it right there. So we need to take that EL out. Right, let's try that one once more. And there's your double 2D line. Now up here was where we started that one that goes across the apron. So we started, let's see here. That just says gutter. This one says we fixed that to gutter 1. Start. At least we did a JPN on, which was it? It was gutter start. Still got it. There's gutter PC. This one was gutter. Still got a little, we got an issue right in there. We haven't resolved that point yet. Let's see here. We've got it's gutter 102. I thought we got rid of 101 is gutter. Or 2, 101, 103. All right, so we've got one, 2, and 3, 4, and 5, but we're coming down here with 48, 38, 48, and then 101. I'm just gonna paste up their descriptions. So I can get them back here to see what we've got. Copy, paste. Copy and paste. And then one last little tweak. We'll get that in post. All right, so. Here's what's happening is that it's coming down from 48 and it's drawing to 101 and it's drawing back to 102 and then back to 103 to start the curve. So 103 is the one we want. We need to get rid of these 2 points and I somehow did not get them erased. So let's erase. Well, oh, I know why. I know exactly why it was. So it's because I put the comma in there before and we said we were going to keep let's keep either 101 or 102. So if we keep 102, I did a 101 comma 103 and it didn't work right. So I'm going to say just 101. I don't know if I'm should have had a space in there or not, but let's say yes. Delete point symbols, yes, and yes. Now we'll I didn't there. And then we're going to delete by number 103. All right, so that now gets us to here, and this one becomes gutter PC. There's 102, then 104, 105, and 105 should be the end PT. Okay. And then we start back on this one as our gutter 1. We wouldn't necessarily need to put the 1 there. I'm going to do it just for our clarity for right now. And we need to add a JPN to 102, right?
That makes sense. Man, I can't tell you how much this is going to help me in the field. Holy night. Of course,
Yeah,
you know, but God.
thinking it will. All right, so that's going to fix that. And then 106 is going to go to, that was gutter 1. And this is also gutter 1. So that starts, but it backs up and picks up here now. And that's really the only, you really, like if this point was not significant, if you're just trying to get it to connect there, you could have started gutter 1 here and joined point there and just ignored 106, but we'll leave that one in for now. So that goes to gutter 1 to 109. And now we've got 116, that's where we backed up here and started around. Let me put those there. And this one was the start. And it set the offset back in. And that's another reason we are doing that gutter 1 in the middle, because it doesn't have the offset. It's just across the apron. This part here. See, it's not raised curb. It's just the gutter line. So there's no curbing behind it. So we're not. So that's gutter 1. Starting here, it joins up there. It goes to 109, and now if 116. So the problem is 109 is going to try to draw to 112. If this were 110 and say this were 108, 109, 110, 109, well, 109 is already here. But see, 109 could connect to 116 if these weren't in between. So 1 point would suffice for this, but to make that 1 point suffice, so I'm not going over here and shooting another point. I'm just going to do a what?
JPN.
Exactly right. So JPN
116.
All right, so you're gonna see that connect and that connect, and let's see, did we get the double lines up there? We did, we got them down here, everything looks good. Clean that out and just run field again. All right, so now what do we have? We have this. Now, I don't know why it changed to that color. And then does that code, the gutter code. If I codes gutter, which was on roads and pavements. Now it's set to that, so let's do my layer. And just to see if that fixed it for us. Oh, what happened there? I don't want to see all that stuff yet. Let me try it again. Let's go to field to finish. How much time I'll use the gutter group? Find it there. It's gutter. So, there we go. Now, yeah, now it's back to the right color. Now, so what you have, if we freeze the 3D line work, you've got this, and now there's that, also that top of curb. You've got a back of curb which hasn't drawn yet. So those are all, and these two lines are true arcs. Okay, you see that is a point, a midpoint, and an endpoint. So that's got the true arc. Now, when you draw this as a finished map, you might consider, because you're drawing the flow line and then the top of curb, which really in effect is the same line, just a half a foot higher. You know, you could then go in and erase these back lines, but only the 2D parts. Okay, so, and you know, you'd erase all of the offset sides on the 2D parts. But they're going to generate, because the you know, those offset codes told it to draw, so they're going to draw not only the 2D, but the 3D is also going to pick up from that OV code. And there's no real way to control that. Now, again, you might just draw that because it's, you know, so close together, it'll just show up probably as a single line on your mapping. So, but again, that's pure cosmetics, and that's just, you know, visual aesthetics. It's nothing that's going to affect your modeling at all. So what we have in the modeling of this, let's see if we can recognize those differences. So there you can see you've basically raised up that step. Now I missed that one apparently. See how this is raised up a half a foot and this one's not. So what that will tell you is that, well, we probably have an offset code problem. I bet I raised this one up a different number vertically than I did this one. So that's why it's so important to do this and view this stuff in 3D. So if I look at this point now, because I know that's where my code went, I've got an offset horizontal to the right of 0.5, offset vertical of 0.5. That one's correct. What was this one where I started? OV 0.5, that's correct. Negative 0.05, vertical is 0.5.
You know what? You started on number 116 and went back the other way, didn't we?
Yeah, but I remember I reversed it when I did the 116A or the 112A. So I in effect made those numbers different. So 112 now goes to 115, goes to 116, even though you surveyed it as 116 or 112, 115, 116. I
Right.
changed those point numbers. Remember when
Mm-hmm.
I doubled and I put 112A and all that. So I was just renumbering the points and basically getting them in a different order. So I don't have to go back and reshoot the points. I just,
Right.
and then it went from 116 to 123 as an end line. But why did this not go? Let's see. Start PC offset horizontal 0.05. That's to the right. Offset vertical. I see. I put 0 V 0. It's O V 5. All right. So now, and I think if I just redraw, I don't have to erase all that stuff. Sometimes it gets out of sync, but all right, there's my gutter group. And that was the last thing I was checking on vertically. I look at this and I spin that up, and now I got the right vertical offset. Okay, so that's going to do that. And we see coming across that apron, there's the result of that join the point number there. So it joins at the base of the curb, right in right this point to this point. And it looks like there might be a little bit, yeah, looks good. Goes there to there, and then that joins down to this point. All right, that looks good. We see the offsets back here. Make sure I've got that coded correctly. I'm not sure that I do. I don't. So maybe I've done the same thing here. Let's see. Offset horizontal negative 0.05. OV 0.5. That's correct. All right, so 65.94. That should be 66.44. And it is. Okay, well, I wonder why it didn't look that way. I look at this and this. I've got 669, 669. I've got 670,169. So that's half a foot. Should be 2 lines there. There are. Okay. Well, I'm still not sold on that. Maybe I just wasn't visualizing it correctly. I zoom this up. And there's my vertical difference there. I'm happy with that. Oh, there it is. I just was not, I just must have been, oh no, wait.
Stop part of the way
It
down.
goes to 0 at some point in here. Yeah, see that?
Mm-hmm.
And it might have been back when I was jerking around with those,
Trying to build the steps.
yeah. Right there it is, OV0.
Ah.
So now, once more into the breach. Once more before the mast, whatever they said. So again, did it already happen? Must have. Again, the importance of looking at this stuff to verify it cannot be overstated. So there now, looks like I've got a good half foot vertical all the way around. Okay. So I'm happy with that now, but you see, you would never notice that if you stayed working over here with your head down in 2D.
In 2D, yeah.
So that part is finished on the curbs, except did we have? Yeah, you had the back of curb in here, but you did not have the gutter shot in there, and that's okay. I'll show you how to fix that next. So we're happy with the gutter part. Let's do the same thing with the back of curb parts. So if we go just to the points, we're going to draw locate points, and let's draw this group, the BOC group. And it said no points. Why? Oh, I know exactly why. I didn't draw with a group. I drew everything, but I used this code.
Oh, yeah, the descriptor.
Let's see. All right, so same type of thing. We've got, you got those ending and starting,
Mhm.
you know, PC. So up here's a back of curb start. Now we're not going to do any offsets on any of these. So we're just going to start with 35. Now 36 is where you ended, and then you started the arc at 37. So one of those will suffice.
Let's use 30.
You use which one? So say again, Mike.
Gosh darn it. Sorry, I keep muting. 36. Let's keep that one.
Okay, so we will erase a point by number 37. Yes, yes, yes. All right, so instead of EL, then of course, that's going to be BC. Whoops, I guess I'm gonna pay attention there. All right, so there's PC, back of curb, and then here's going to be, we can leave it as an EL, and that will conclude it right there. And then we pick up 44, 45, 46, 47. So let's get rid of which one? 47, maybe.
Yes. Yeah.
So delete point by number 47. And this one now is going to be, instead of EL, it's going to just simply be PT. But because we ended 41 as the curb, and we started here, so BC, so we didn't have to do a BC1. It knew to start there, BOC. So it starts that new feature because this one ended, that one starts PT, and it goes down. What's our next? 46, then goes to it'll come, we need to come down here and connect here. So 46 goes into either of these two. It's just doesn't
Keep 96.
keep 96. So I'll get rid of 97. And that one now, instead of ending, is just a BOC. Because we started, we came around with PT, so now it's BOC. And then it's going to go to 98, but 98 is, oh, actually BOC here is going to be a PC. I think that's how it corresponds.
Yes.
And EL, so we're ending BOC with a PT, that's fine. Then we got one, now you did this one backwards again from there. But so 122 and see which ones we have here. There's 120 and 113. So 120 to 122. So we need to come out of this curve into either of these 2 points and continue down to the end. So we need to reverse the order of these. So 113, 14, and 17. So if I make this one 113, to do that, I'm going to edit the point, and I'm going to have to make that 113 A, because it already has a 113. I want to keep it for the moment. And then it said delete 117. Yes, so that's now 113A. 114 is fine. Now 113 can now become 117 because I deleted that with that last operation. So delete 113, yes, and now I can change 113A back to 113. So now it's as if I shot those in the field in that direction. So I'm going to, instead of ending here with a PT, I'm going to start with a PC. On the curve, this one is simply going to be a PT. And then 120 we will get rid of. So back a curve, PT, and then that goes up to 122 and ends. So that'll build that one correctly. Now this one starts another back of curve. Of course, it's prior, so that goes 20 to 24 to 29 to 30 and ends. And so it's not going to interrupt any of those. And then it goes 35 and starts again. Now, that should be good for that. Let's look at this one. And I think that's simply a start. It comes down here, gets to this point, and it's another back of curve to this point, maybe. There we go. Now we got the mess. So
There's the mic.
what's that?
I said, there's the mic or the mess, whatever we can just call that mic.
Yeah, so one of those we want to hold. Let's just get rid of 308. So it starts a curve. There's a pointer on the curve, and this is going to end the curve. And let's see what we got here. We've got that one, and then you start it again to 20 to 26. So we get rid of one of those. Let's get rid of 20.
That makes sense.
And you take the inline code out of that, because it's going to then continue from there in a straight line to 26 to 32, 36, 41, and inline. Okay, so that should do absolutely what we need. So if we next go to field to finish, and now we're going to change the point group to use the BOCs. And there's now the 3D part, and remember there's no offset, so that one's just going to be the 3D line work. I will freeze that for the moment just to look at, there's our curves. They look nice in arcs. So those are good. We'll put those back on. We'll view that in our 3D viewer just to make sure, even though we don't have offsets, we're going to make sure we don't have any kind of zingers sticking out. you know, like I saw with that yellow line when we did the stair steps.
Mm-hmm.
And they look, okay, now we do notice right here, you know, this is incorrect, but I don't know what to change that to. And we can figure that out from the raw file perhaps. And I think you did your edits with a spreadsheet, so, you know, maybe go back and review those spreadsheets to see, you know.
I almost certain, of course, it's not on zero. I know that's a rod height bus. So I'll just have to go back to my
But yeah, go back and
raw
review that,
file.
check those out. But for now, for now, we can pretend you know, they went out there, they paved a crazy street, and you're gonna see the contours reflect that. All right, so now we're good to go with that. And if we look at all of that together with the gutter shots, if we do field to finish, let me see if I can get back of curb and the gutter. Being, oh, there it is, that one and that one. All right, so yeah, you've got everything together. Let's see what that looks like in our 3D. And you should be able to now see those step ups now. You see how that you see how you've got, oh, you got a problem there.
Yeah, there's one little bus there, isn't there?
Yeah. And so we got the raised curb. And that's all right, this started the offset there. So we didn't draw the curbs up here. That part's okay. But this, we started the offset and ran it down the street. We shouldn't have there.
Oh, I see.
So see up here on point 34, that's where we started the gutter and we started the offset. Now, this point here is just the back of the curb. All right, that part's okay. So that offset there, and that came around. Now, this went from 38 as a gutter shot, still carrying the offsets. 36 is the back of curb. All right, that part's okay. Oh, it's, you did not shoot any
Yes.
gutter shot
Yeah.
here. That's fine. So what we need to do with 38, because that's where it goes from there to a separate one, is we need to turn the vertical offset to 0. Okay. So 38 goes to 0, and at 48, we're going to pick it back up as a OV 0.5. Let's go back and make sure this one's, I put it in the right spot. Yeah. All right, so that should fix that. That should come by there and it will have that offset. And then it's going to drop it to 0 and still carry across here. Now that's going to take an edit on our part because we didn't shoot that in there. So this part was okay. That looked okay. This one was the problem. So we'll go back now and repeat our field to finish. There it is. Same groups. And now let's just take a look at those structures there. Now let's see what we got. We've got We still got something to fix right in there. I think that part looks okay, but let's take a look up here at this entrance down here. Okay. Went from 0.5 down to 0, and then we went back to 0.5. We need to keep a 0.5 and then a 0, then a 0, then a 0.5. So 38 is going to be, and I think this will work. We keep the OV 0.5 and then also an OV 0. What I'm trying to do is put a step in there. I'm not sure that's going to work, but we'll try it here. So an OV 0 and followed by an OV 0.5. All right, let's take a look at that. It still is missing. So, all right, so here's it's not able to read those double vertical offsets. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to leave the offsets, just carry the offset down the line, and I'll show you what we're going to do to it in a minute. And we're going to just did I leave the GTR code? I think up here. Yes, okay. All right, so we're going to leave those, and then we're just going to edit that 3D line and just delete that segment once we do it. So once more. Now, when we look at this in 3D, you're going to still see that ride that carries across there, but we're going to get rid of that segment across the front there, okay?
Makes sense.
So we're going to erase a polyline segment, which is on the edit, polyline utilities, remove polyline segment. But you see that little icon, the pencil eraser over the red segment?
Mm-hmm.
Go up to our, get this out of the way, if it's in the way. We're going to go up here to this little polylines toolbar, and we'll see that remove polyline segment. And we're going to take out the offset, the back part of that. Okay, so, and we can even take out the 2D line as well if we wanted. Now, every time we generate field to finish, it's going to regenerate that. So that part's okay. Now, what we do is select that one, bring it up to the front. Not that it matters, but just so you can see it. And the same thing here, I'll select the 3D line and bring it up to the front. And so what we need to do now is to follow that around here to basically be the gutter line from there around to here. Now, all we shot was the back of curb. So we not only need that gutter line, but which is going to start from this point and go around, but we also need to start from this point, which is the top of curb, and come around. Okay, so there's a couple of ways to do this, and it's going to be an approximation because you didn't observe those. So we can either offset that line half a foot and then drop the flow line. We offset horizontally half a foot at the same elevation, And then we drop that line half a foot and kick it out just a little bit for the flow line and for the gutter. And so that's going to have to be a manual edit that we're going to do. We could do that way. We could also, so we could set this back of curb point to generate offsets, offset horizontal to the right, because we're going around into the entrance. So we're going to offset half a foot horizontally. But not a vertical offset, because it's going to just get the top of the curve. So that's going to go to there. And I think we ended here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that offset will carry, so it will generate the 3D line out here half a foot away. Starting here, we're going to go and offset horizontal, also half a foot. And again, nothing vertically. And it's going to come to 45, 46. And at this point, we're going to stop the offset. So we're going to say OH0. Is that right? Or will it taper?
And mine's on. I was thinking taper, but
Yeah, I am too. Let me see let's see if that'll do it. Yeah, looks like it tapered. So, but now you see the problem. That's, you see, here's the biggest part of the problem. You see that distance there? That's half a foot. I mean, the magenta lines are half a foot. Wait a minute. This is a 2D. Let's go back up top here a minute. There we go. Now, this one offset half a foot. And you can see the blue line is underneath it. That's what we wanted, the purple line. So that was good. So this one started half a foot and then started tapering. And that's why this is not matching up. Those two should be visually correct, and it's not. Let's see what's going on. So if I started here, offset horizontal half a foot. And that keeps that going up to curb. Oh, so that still needs to be 0.5. And then I wonder if this one, so stay at half a foot and then we pull it back to 0. Yeah, I wish that would. Yeah, that fixes it. I wish they'd behave the same for the vertical offsets, but it doesn't. So anyway, so now it's going to go across and generate out half a foot away. Now you're going to wind up with this situation that you have to edit. If I freeze the 3D lines, you've got this. This gets offset half a foot. from here around, and it goes all the way around to the end, but one. See? That's supposed to end. The offset horizontal. It fixed it, but it ignored this part. It just kept it at half a foot. So what to do, if I take this out. So there's that half foot offset. Now you can see the problem with assuming half foot curbs. Look at your shot out here in the gutter and the shot back here on the curb where you actually did observe it. It's more than half a foot. See, it's bigger. So either, you know, our number may be wrong. In fact, let's take a look at what that is. If we go from there to there, it is, you know, 0.84 feet. Let's try the horizontal. Let's go. So that is 0.73, you know, maybe some, what is that? 7 inches, at 7 inches would be 0.84. Is that right? So, well, let's just use 0.7. 728 was 0.73. So we use that as the offset, 0.73. Yeah, see that got that same offset here. Should not have had that. So here. Let's make it exactly what that other was. 74, 7284.7284. Now, so that's close to there, but you see, this is, what is that, 0.36, and there's 35. Now 35 started, but because 30, you see, it started with a 0 horizontal offset here, and it jumped out to well, see, that was longer than it needed to have been, but that's okay. So what we're going to do with that is we're going to select that line, and we're going to pull this point back here, and then we're going to delete that segment, and we'll delete this entire piece, and we will delete this segment. And then this. We're going to delete that segment and this. We're going to offset through this. Is going to offset through that. We'll get rid of that one. Now that matches our curve width. So this would need to come back. Draw a line. Here, perpendicular to here. Now this is. Let's see where. Yeah, 2D. Okay, so perpendicular to that. Why is it not? Let's do this. Move from there to there. I'm going to take that and go perpendicular. Is it not? Well, perpendicular snapping is not working very well there. Let's go to the center and then trim it. So that distance is 0.1299. So 0.1299. Now I'm going to do that because I'm going to now offset this 3D polyline by a horizontal distance of 0.1299 and a vertical difference of 0. We'll go from here to here, and we'll get rid of that. So that now brings that up to speed, except it ends right here. And we could connect it. So if I isolate that layer, and I'm going to draw 3D polyline from there back to there, and making sure that's got the elevation. Yep. So I'm going to draw another 3D polyline from the end of here. I'll make it an arc. Second point, I'm just going to go there. And I'll go to that endpoint. Let's see if that interpolated correctly. 6675. See, 6675. 74. Make sure that slope is what I want. Make sure it's the same slope. So that slope is 2.87. 2.7 good. So that part's good. I now get rid of this. And I do a join nearest that to that. And now that goes to the top of that curve right there. the face of the curb, it becomes the face of the curb, comes on around. Now, we will eventually be getting rid of that segment that expands across here, but the part's not correct. It should only have 3. Yes, okay. That should just be 2. Yes. All right. Turn everything back on now. Let's figure out the same thing here. We need to get rid of that. That was from that offset code here. Offset horizontal. It's M284. It's still doing something funky with that horizontal offset there. I'll take those 2 guys out. All right, so there you've surveyed the back of curb. If we take the 2D poly from here, here, bear with me one quick second. I'm going to use these for the moment. Let's get to it. There we go. Now we put this one perpendicular to and that is 0.6784. So 0.6784. I'm going to offset this 3D line 0.6784 0. This one to there. And I'm going to take from that point drag this out here so that I can get rid of this segment first. Oh, wait a minute. So wait a minute. So I'm gonna get rid of this segment. And then I can grab this without having to dig it out of that other mess. And now I've got this that I need to tie into that. So I'm gonna just do a little 3D edits up here. I'm gonna put that there. Put that in plan view now. And see what kind of a major kink I put in it, if any. Really, that's good as it goes there. And now I'm going to erase this segment. I'll isolate the 3Ds for now. Oops, no, I don't need that. Let's just isolate that segment. All right. So. It's looking okay. That part's good enough. It says 3D. And now our 3D. So if we look at this now in our 3D, I think we've got this cleaned up. That should do it for this part, and for this part, we got a little goofiness right in there. We'll straighten out here. Oh yeah, look at that, it's too low. So that should be starting there, going all the way back evenly. So there's that little kink we got to take out of there. Now in civil, that's easy to do. You can start here and tell it to uncheck that little point, but you don't have that tool in survey. So what we're going to do instead is recreate that to there. Which is this line right here. So we're going to isolate the 3D. We don't grab the zeros. Now we're going to draw a 3D line from here just to get our starting point. And we'll do it again from where we're going to wind up. So I went back here and grabbed the end point, which was here. So this now has, this point is flat across from here, but then it kinks up to here. So it needs to be a little bit higher. So we're going to now get rid of that and recreate the curve, but to get that shape in there correctly, I'm going to put another little marker in here. I'll just go from somewhere there. And now I'm going to get rid of this. And I'm going to draw a 3D line. And I'll set the color to be by layer this time. I don't have to worry about that. And I'm going to go from here. And it reads the elevation. You see it down here. I'm going to say A for arc. And it wants to know the endpoint, which could be the end of that yellow line. Which was not at all what I wanted to do. So arc. If I draw it in the opposite direction, if I start here, arc. Guess I need to give it the second point. That's what I was trying to avoid, but anyway, that'll do it. So that now should be complete for that. And if we, I'm just going to spin it up here. Look, so we're good. As far as the top of the curve all the way around, we've got the flow line here. We need the flow line back here and back here. So we need to join up in here with another arc down here below. And so we're going to do that with this same type of thing, just a half a foot out and half, I mean, just a little bit out. So we need to come from that endpoint there and swing. Or actually from that endpoint, we'll basically carry this one around. So we would do another 3D offset. Of 0.05 horizontally and negative half a foot vertically. I'll take this one to here. I'll take this one to here. Now we've got those, but they probably aren't going to match up exactly right in here. So we're going to fix that here in just a minute. We also need to fix this. So I'm going to move that to there. This one, I think there's one right there. So if we just move this to there, and then we'll make sure we don't have any kinks when we get into it here in a minute. That one we already fixed. This one. We put right there. Let's now take a look at everything we've got. So there's that curb structure all the way around there, all the way around there, and across the apron. Okay.
That's a beautiful thing.
Now we still got to come back and fix a little something in here. I don't know what's happened there. Maybe there's a stray. Offset somewhere. There's something going on with some of that. We've got right here in this one. That's a gutter inline PT. That's fine. This one is probably a back of curb. Inline PT also fine, but where's the taper? We shot the gutter, we shot the flow line. There's the gutter, it's just a gutter shot. There's a back of curb. It's just a back of curb. There's the gutter one, and then that joined back to there. That's fine. That should be, well, that's gutter one. That should be gutter. And it generates its offset. And then we've got this point, which is the back of curb. You see, so that's all okay. But why does it do what it does? And you notice how you see how this tapers, it gets skinnier here than it is out here. And maybe it does that. Because the point we shot was the, oh, wait a minute, so there's a gutter line.
And it does, I remember that now, it does kind of come in a bit.
All right, so now I see something that we did wrong here. So there's back of curb. You see, when we started this, look at our offset, our horizontal offset should be negative, right? We get it kicked out this way. It needs to be behind the gutter. And so that was a problem there. And then 116, that's also gutter, and it kicked out to the street side. So that once we fix this back here, that will fix that over there. So it'll pull this line back to this side correctly. Now this one, I think we did, yeah, that one's done correctly. This one is reconstructed. That one's all good. Now what we're going to need to do here, because we built these, I don't want to erase those things. I don't want to erase these 3D lines, so I'm going to isolate that layer there, and I'm going to make a new layer. And I'm going to call it 3D break line keep, and I'll make them green. I'm going to take these ones now, the gutter line, the back of curb line will be correct. These are the ones I need to save. And I'm going to put them on break line keep. So we'll go through then and just reprocess, and it's going to regenerate all this stuff, and we'll still have to clean out that little segment there, and we'll have to clean out those offsets. But we won't have to go through this bit again to fix that. Now this down here, I now have resolved. That one's correct. This one will be correct. It'll pull it back over here, and let's see what happens. So if we go back in now, so what I did with what I did by putting these on that different layer is because when I run field to finish, right now for the convenience of it, it is going to erase the previous, see that erase existing field to finish. So I didn't want to, and I don't know if it does it by layer name. If it does, then it would have gotten rid of our edits. So when I do that now, it should keep, see how those two kept? The green lines kept, and you're also going to get, a bunch of other stuff up here that we no longer, that we don't need. So we're going to fix.
I think she's just so excited.
Let's see, and we'll get rid of these intervening pieces. And we'll probably still need to do, yeah, so there's just two, those are just 3Ds. So we'll need to, we're going to offset that 2D line, or at least a part of it. We're going to offset through this, which is that, through this point. So now there's that 2D line, and we're going to just get rid of that. So it's going to go up there and join up to there. Freeze. I now have this and this. I'm going to freeze one more here just to get out of the way. All right, so now I have this, which I need to get rid of that segment. And what I have going on here. That's gutter. I think that was from, yeah, that's from the one we don't need. From the back of curb. That's also the back of curb offset, but the gutter is correct there, so I don't need that. Now, if I got those back. Oops, let's see, I do want that one back. Yeah, now let's freeze the 3D. So now I've got this nice arc that ends close, but not exactly onto that one. So if I move that back to there, that should fix that. There's that. There's that. So my 2D is all in good shape across there. And I've got this one that's goofy. So I'm going to take that one away. And we'll offset this blue there. I'm going to take that and come down to this next vertex to pull it down here. We'll now delete that segment and then delete that entirely. So now I've got this, which needs to go to the end of that. All right, so the 2D is in place. And 3D, this 3D now needs to just go completely away. That was from the back of curve offsets. And I need to get rid of that segment. So that's that correctly. And is that correctly? So that should be the end of the back of the curb here. This is the gutter with the offset. And it all comes up to here, comes around, that's all well and good. That's all well, but now one last little trip to the well here. Let's not say one last, let's say one more. All right, so let's see what we got. We got
I
now,
used to always get in trouble for saying that kind of stuff.
yeah. So that looks perfect up there. We'll double check it from a very different perspective. All right, so that I'm happy with. Let me see why I'm not happy here. All right, the back of the curb and then the flow line, and that's offset. So that looks okay over here. And now again, it might just be the perspective that I'm looking at, because see, when I cross like that, it's going to look like it, well,
Yes. we have chocolates.
yeah, so that part's okay. This part's okay. This is the part I'm still a little bit. Well, I thought I was, but it looks good. Back of the curve, the flow line with the points along it, the offset above it.
So
And
that's how I.
what's left. Ah, you know, I know what's causing it. Let's isolate the curve, the 3D stuff. Now, if you look at the elevations here, and maybe just make it quicker here. I'm here on this line here. You see the elevation there, 671.27. It's going to come along, and I'm right in there, 671.42. So that's all good. It all meets. Now that's 671 or 670.15. So I should be what, half a foot up right here. So 670 65 versus 50. So that part's great. See, that's a half a foot high. Now,
Mhm.
keep in mind, this line is going to be half a foot higher than this line all the way around. Okay, so I come over here and I see I'm right in there. I'm at let's just get so 70.609, 61, 71.11. So that part's good, but look at what the elevation is here. It's 70.6. And this is 71.1. So this is actually half a foot lower.
Lower.
In fact, if you look at the actual surveyed points, if I sit in that, I'm going to look down here at the bottom of my screen. So if I let it suck into that vertex, I see that I'm at 671.11,
Mhm.
and that should be the flow line. No, I'm sorry. Here's my flow line, 670.61. My back of curve, which should be 671.11, but it's 670.61. This is also 670.61. So those 2 points here are at the nearly the exact same elevation, 670.607, 670.609, or 610. So these 2 points are right at the same elevation. And we carried this one to be half a foot higher than this all the way from here over. So when the back of the curve, this one should be up at this elevation, not down at this elevation. All right, now it could be that it is, in fact, it very probably is,
Yes.
because it's all tapering into nothing there. It tapers into
Right.
this elevation. So when this starts at the same elevation, this is the same elevation, this one's going to go and basically be that half foot up to in here where we are out here on this street at 70.14. Here I'm at 70.64. So that's a half a foot there. And then this one is at 70.52, 70.64. So that's still a little bit higher than the back of the curb. So that's a little, it would pitch water back this way instead of to the street. And it really technically should be basically the same elevation. It's close enough to call it good. 670.64, 670.52. So it's a 10th. This is still showing a 10th lower than this right here. So this, and it starts at the same elevation. This one comes to where it is, and this one is a little bit lower than we would expect for the half foot run. So that's all that means. If you don't consider that this line, the offset line, we're going from the flow line out here at 70.14 to the back of the curve, which is 70.52. That would be okay. But you would need to know, what created this. Now, if you think about this, we did all of this flow line. We raised the front of the curb, or the top of the curb that's basically right over top of that point. We raised it up a half a foot everywhere there's a gutter shot. Okay. We could have done it the other way around, and maybe should have to take the back of the curb and say, offset a certain distance and keep it at the same elevation to create this line.
Okay.
And with there is that sometimes that line will be too far out. It'll be overhead, it'll jut out past the flow line. Sometimes it won't be far enough away. So that's why we took the flow line and raised it, and then also shot the back of the curb. So, two things to resolve here, or two ways to resolve that. You could just take the flow lines and completely ignore the back of the curbs and offset everything. Or you could shoot each of those points. Every time you get a flow line, get a top of curb and get a back curb, and don't put any offsets in them so that they create their actual geometry. And so it just depends on what you're going for. Like if you're doing something that's going to involve drainage in this in these curb structures at some point, I would definitely hold that flow line for sure. If the back of curb is basically just to show that where the concrete ends on the back, and if you've satisfied yourself that it's a half-foot curve all the way across the site, then you could raise it up a half a foot, kick it over just a half a tenth, and then kick that one over half a foot horizontally at the same elevation. But then those wouldn't match up with what you go out and shoot in the back of the curb. So those are always going to be the trade-offs when you're doing that. So, and again, like I said, you could have made a flow line template where every time you hit a flow line point, it's going to get the flow line, the top of the curb, and the back of the point all together in one spot, or with one shot. I mean, so that's a possibility if that's how you're going to do it. Now we've got those other green lines that we did. That's what you're seeing missing here. So those parts are good. We rebuilt the green lines from the back of the curb around here. And again, let's turn those back on. If you look at those green lines, see, we're saying that that's a full, when we look at this, we're saying that that is a full curb structure all the way through that entrance. But it doesn't really do that, does it? Doesn't it taper into the same elevation right in there?
Yes, sorry. It does, absolutely.
Yeah, so there's no real way of doing that other than editing those points, or
Mhm.
editing these 3Ds. So this 3D, now we built all of this from this curve, went over and dropped.
Okay.
This point's not really there. It's really up at that same elevation. So you can't do that with the survey module. You can do this with the civil module pretty quickly. I mean, you can, but you have to do it manually. But you've got this polyline elevation editor. And if you look at, so I've offset this curve. The curve shot is good all the way through here, right?
Mhm.
And so this line will also be good all the way through there. It's just flat across the top. But I'm going to edit this particular point, and I'm going to change the elevations. I'm going to hold this elevation, but I'm going to set that elevation to the same elevation as this right here, which is also that one. So that should be, what is it, 666.99? Or I can just say, let's see, let's get on that point. If I'm on this point, so that point's elevation should be this point's elevation. So I'm going to pick the elevation from the screen, and I'll pick that. Let me try that again. Let's pick the elevation from the screen. Why is it not? Oh, you know what? Let me cancel a second. No, I've got to freeze off those 2D lines. So I want to isolate the 3D.
Yeah, happens.
And I'll get
The sound, yeah, not really the sound. Okay. This is
now. If I edit this one, come down here to its end point. I'm going to set that elevation now to
So, Sam.
Point.
So he's been.
It is now, it now reads 666.99. That tapers into where that back of the curve is, but you see what it does? It has this. Now,
Okay.
if I look at that, and everywhere you see a kink along this editor is where you see those check boxes. So when I uncheck them, it's only going to hold. So I'm going to hold endpoint to endpoint. Now my first point here, I'm going to say this elevation, that's this first one here. I want to make sure that it is at the same elevation as that. Okay. So 66169. So, or 189, 666.19. So there's that one. It matched that. So now I'm going to just uncheck all of these so that it follows smoothly in a constant slope. You see the slope column now is all the same number.
Mhm.
So that does that. Now there's one I might want to hold is, what do I have here? That's the back of the curb. Well, I don't really know. So I don't know that relationship there really. For that one. So I'll leave that one there. I'll say okay to that. And now this one. I'm going to do a similar thing. I'm going to come back here to the end point. And I see that it's already at 66699 like I expected. And now the only point I'm going to hold, because I shot this point, is I'm going to hold number 14. So I'm going to uncheck 2, 3, and 4. I'm come down here. I'm going to uncheck those two perhaps. And I'm going to hold 14 or right here. It's vertex number 14. It's opposite this point 40. And that should be the same 66695. So I'm going, well, it is 947. There it is. So that's held there. And then from that point all the way to the end, it's linear. So all the way from the beginning, I want to make sure that ties into the end of that point. So I'm going to set that elevation to be the end point of that line there, which was the offset. That's where we raised it up half a foot for the top of curve. That might not be. Actually, I've got a point right here that is the back of curve. So that's actually the better point. So let's choose that one. Shoot. The end point of that. So 666, 685, 69. So that's now going from there. And it goes through this point, and it's the same elevation there. Now, if I relax that control point, you see over here on my little kink in the profile, and that is at this point right here. If I were to relax that, then that's going to be a little bit lower than the back of curve point that we shot. And it'd probably be okay. Let's see how much lower it's going to be. It was point, or it's 667.
Oh, because I transferred.
Oh, I'm sorry, wrong place. 66947.
Yeah.
So if I relax, it's going to be 0.85, so 0.9. So it drops a tenth across the curb top to there.
Mhm.
Keeps it straight. I'm happy enough with that. I got a little bit down here. What have I got? Oh, I had a little flat kink in there. So now 14 is 85 versus 95, 10-foot way on that. We'll say, okay. So now
I
that,
cannot.
fix that one. Did we fix this one already? This is opposite the curve, so that's 4. Yeah, we fixed that in 49. We fixed that one or there, and there's that little kink point right there, which is close but not exactly. Let's take that kink out. So we are. So that's 67, 635, 67, 58. So that one needs to be held at this one, so it's not too high above it's going to be here. So it's going to have a little bit of a dip right there. That part I'm happy with. I come to the very first one. Make sure I am at the same elevation as that. And that looks good. So, okay. And then we will repeat one more time for this one now. Start up here at the top. We'll set its elevation to that one. We'll uncheck 2 and 3. Come down to 10. All of these is 12 points here. I'm going to take them out. And bring it all the way down to the last one, which is going to be the same as this one. Switch this line here. And I want that last point to be the same as that one. It is. Okay, that's all right. So if I'm here and I want that last point there to be the same elevation here, we're saying they're tapering. Then that's going to be the same elevation as that. All right, so that's good, but we've got a problem here in this middle point. We just unselect it and let it go. Endpoint to endpoint. Now let's make sure that we're at the right. That's 667, 266. There it is. Okay. Now let's take a quick peek. And you should see that taper. There it is. You see how the curb starts? The gutter starts at the curb, at the top of the, where you shot back and curb back here.
Mm-hmm.
Flow line is even with that elevation wise. But then the curb, see, starts to climb up out of that to reach this full height out here.
Hey, Steve.
And the flow line, stays down. So that flow line progressively,
That's not the one.
deeper away from that.
That's
All right.
priceless stuff. Yeah, it's awesome.
So that should be so really now what we're going through now is, and I'm trying to, I'm slowing down enough to give you some idea of what I'm doing and how you would go through that. This is not going to be your normal workflow because you're going to know what you need to shoot out in the field. So when you come back, hit field to finish, it does all this and you don't have to do this, but because we're not going to go back out in the field, we're going to spend a little bit of time to dress this up and fix it. So that part is all good. To my satisfaction there. And it's this back here that we would again need to fix, and it's going to be at this time, it's going to be the gutter offset needs to taper down because you got the back of the curb and you got the gutter line shot. So we're going to take this part and start up here where we start around the arc, and we're just going to let it taper down to that. So we're going to do that next here real quick. So we've got now this back of curb, that's truth. That's on the ground because you shot those points. So we're going to now take these two lines and we're going to edit them. Now this point is truth, but this is the one that needs to match here and then taper up to where it ties in. All right, so we'll go back to our polyline elevation editor. We'll get this point and that point number 17 right there. And I'm going to uncheck these guys for a minute. All the way up. I'll keep the endpoints held. So 17 needs to be the elevation of that right there. All right, so that's set correctly. Now we come up here and this point, since we do have a shot on the ground. Oh, no, we can't do that. We can't do that. There, because we don't know because we're tapering. Yeah, so we just need to let this whole thing taper all the way up to here, and we're going to let it taper into the end of this where it's an assumed there's our point. So that's going to be, that one is going to hold on that one, and we're going to hold 102 right here. But then relax from number 2 to number 17 to let it taper. All right. So that one will have fixed that, I'm confident. And let's go over here and talk about this one. So this one we have these two shots, flow line and back of curb, and you can see they're the same elevation. So that line is correct. This is the one we need to edit. So if we edit this, and now in this case, we went in the opposite direction, and we're going to uncheck everything in the middle. We get to the ends and just let it float. So we're going to start here. And that elevation, oh, you know what? I need to let me cancel that for a minute and redo it. I need to. I forgot something. We're not just stopping here. We're going up to 17. So 17 needs to be held, but 16 through 2 are unchecked. And then once we get to 17, then 18. So those two are all going, those are going to be held because they were offset from the actual ground shot out there on the linear part. Okay, so now back to 1, and it is at 71.110. So that's the one we need to change to be the same as that one. So 70.61, perfect. And if we look here just for yachts, we've got 70.19 out there. And this is like 70.63. So there's your half foot starting to climb up. So that's looking good. And we come out here to our 0.17, right in there is where we held it to come back to match, and it should match half a foot above this point, which is 70.14, 70.64. So there we go. So that's in good shape. We're okay. We're okay. Let's take a peek now at. And there we go down. All right, so now well, that's looking better there. And that looks perfect. All right, so you see what we did?
I do.
So we allowed it to come up here and then taper down from that curb height. Now there's a bit of a high spot right there. We might bring that up a little, but I'm inclined to let that ride. That was the back of the curb. I'm inclined to let that ride because well, wait a minute. No, we can fix that one. And that's going to be this one right here, and it's that point there needs to match this, but that one floats. Okay, so if we edit this, this is the one we need to make match this. So we lock it, set the elevation to there. Now, here's its second point, and then its first point. So that's good. So 2 is locked, that one's locked, and the endpoint's locked. All right, now. Oh, it is a thing of beauty, isn't it? Look at that. All right.
That it is, Ken. That's just so cool.
I'm really happy. And then again, especially when you get this point here, because a lot of times when they pour those aprons, they'll put a high point or a low point or something in there. And so you can see, right here in the 3D, you would notice that. All right, so we got these built, we got those built. Let's now take one quick peek back in here to make sure all of this stuff is looking good. And I think because we have shots on the back of the curb, we also have shots on the flow line. If there's any variation in the curb, you're going to see that perhaps in some of this. So if I look at this, say along in here, it looks pretty decent. And remember, this top of curb line, this line right here in the middle, that was created by jumping up and slightly over. So your only points of concern might be like in a place right in this, where this curve starts, is your top of curb might start to get higher than the back of curb.
You're gonna have to, you're in attack, okay?
Okay, and here you can see
You're
there's
just like this has. Should that's.
yeah, so it tapers down.
It's awesome, we do.
Um,
We don't. I will need that's.
It's really sort of hard to visualize in there.
So
but
they
we're
usually
in
do,
the way.
it also work. It's a lot.
So again, the key is to know where those key points are. And
They should be working.
again, if it's old existing curbs, I might consider putting all three of them shot. Like right here's an example. You've got to do this. I'm gonna make this is the offset line. And then back here's your back curb line.
Alright, so set that, I'll reach out to Derek too. And then we'll tell them,
These,
can do that, do it this way, or then we'll have to figure out if it can be done. Have to figure out how to work it.
so you see what I was noticing is coming around here. See right there, we got that same deal where the back of the curb and the flow line are basically the same elevation. But we started and immediately started offsetting the top of curb to be 1/2 foot high. So
Right here.
where that starts here and tapers and gets to
Okay,
be a
well, I'll
curve, and then
tomorrow.
now my question is, does it taper down the same way over here to where these are?
No, those should be just regular standard, no tapering at all. That one that you're close to right there, the end, it just stops.
Yeah,
Absolutely,
you
just
square
cuts
it
off.
and that's the way that looks. So that offset there, now it might be a little bit, maybe the top of curb is a little bit higher than the back of the curb in there, but I'm not so concerned about that. But I am a little bit on this other end.
Yeah, because it should be, shaped like a standard curb and gutter.
Yeah. So that
Oop.
point,
Hey, Mama.
That back of curb drop down.
and you can see I've got the back of the curb is at 66.0, but the flow line, gutter line is at 65.94. So they're basically the same elevation. Based on what the points are. So, you'd have to resolve that. Now we can look all the way down here. You've got 666.46, 666.90. So that's about 1/2 foot. That part's okay. 66.6, 67.0. That part's okay. So that does look like that's the case. It's just there's something wrong with one of these 2 points. And here's what I would suggest we decide which one that we want to change. Is I'm going to look here at my inquiry drawing inspector. I'm going to right click and turn on my polyline data. And I'm going to look at the slope of this segment here, which is 0.22%. I'll look at it back here, which is at 2.03%. And then I'm going to look at over here and see what that one is at 0.08. So it's steep, it's less steep, it's even less steep as we get further down. 0.68, 0.08. Turn on my directions. All right, so that climbs up that's nearly flat between those 2 points. And it climbs up a little at a little 0.68%. But we're here and it's climbing pretty, that's again 0.22. So that part's all right. But we look at this one and we see that it is 2%. So let's look at this purple one. That's at little over 1%. That should be close to that 22. That is exactly. And that should be close to the 68, which it's even, let's see, that's over. What we have over here, this is 08, sorry, I missed one, and that one is at 09. So those are matching pretty well in parallel. This is going to match here as 0.7, this is 0.68. So those are all good. Those segments are nice and parallel to each other. But this one is, it's either that point on the back of curve is either too low, or this point on the gutter is too high. So that's 1.16 versus 2.03%. So it's got an issue there. Yeah, and I was trying to see if we could figure out if these segments were pretty much the same slope all the way down, I could tell that this one was out of whack, or if this one was the same all the way down, then I could tell that this one was out of whack, but I can't really see that. If I do a quick profile here, and let's look at a 3D polyline. If I look at this one, all right, so that you see how I'm back in this segment here. You see that steep part on the left part of the profile in the bottom view,
Mm-hmm.
and it comes up and it travels along that. Now, sort of keep that shape in mind, and then we're going to repeat and get this one. Well, it does the same thing, but if that one's at 2% instead of 1.6. But everything else looks to be the same. Now, if let's do this. I'm going to draw this. Over here. Now that's the back of the curb. Just make that one the same color as we had before. And I'm going to so we've got different now. It's there's good profile and grab this one. Let's draw that. All right, so now if I look at these two. So you see one is that's the gutter, that's the back of the curb. Okay. So when I look at this, they're all pretty well even all the way down. Now, the point is, does this gutter need to go like this? Or I mean back of the curb, or does the gutter need to go like this?
The back of the curb needs to go up.
Okay. So we're going to come back down to the curb, and we're going to raise that point. What's our delta points here? 690 to 646, so that's 44 hundredths higher. So we just add 44 hundredths to the back of the curb here. So it's almost exactly 666. Which point am I at? This point here. So yeah, so add 44. So that will be 660. 666.447. All right, so 5.99 plus 0.44 will be 6.43. 0.43. All right, so that should fix that. And now this can go to that elevation, which is now 66,437. If I look at those again. All right, now that I could believe,
Yeah, there we go.
right? But now, again, I don't have any justification other than you telling me that this point needs to come up instead of this point going down. And it might well be the case because, that keeps that less, that makes that less severe of a slope. And that's probably what's actually the case out there. So,
Absolutely.
so anyway, that's got that part resolved. Now, this, let me turn everything back on. And so if I want to preserve those all of the line work, so I'm going to select all of the line work. I'm not going to select the points right now. I'm just going to select all of the line works where we've made edits, and I'm going to put their layer on that 3D break line keep. And missed one. Shoot. That's what I thought I'd do. Sorry. I meant to. 66.44. Okay, now. Oh, I didn't mean to put those 2D lines over there. I just wanted those. So if I select similar. All I have are 3D. Oh, what's it getting? All right, this better isolate. If I isolate that, if I isolate that. Verify that one more time, make sure I didn't undo too much. Right. All right. All right, so I'm going to take all of this and put it on keep so that the next pass of field to finish doesn't, it would replace all of that work, so I don't want to erase that. So I'm going to now freeze that layer. And now we could go back to field to finish, and we could eliminate the I gotta go back to survey, I guess. Draw field to finish, and now we're going to get everything except the gutter and back to the back of curb. And we'll say those now. Not sure. May still get some of those points. Yeah, we did. Because some of the groups in there was like the points to fix were those points in there. So what I'm going to do here, because we resolved those. There's EP. So what is this one? That's the gutter. All right, so field to finish. Now let's choose point groups. Let's get we'll start and we'll say them all, except I'm not going to do points to fix. Well, better yet, you can't do that. I'm going to look at my points groups. Let's see what that points to fix. That was back of curb gutter. I've got some EP. All right, I'm going to actually delete that point group. All right. Now we have to finish. Point group all the way down. Except do not do back of curb and gutter. So now you should only get EP points. How is it processing that? That's why it kept adding to it. So everything except those two. Now we should see the EP points, and again, we're going to have some start stop and curves and stuff like that that we need to fix, which we can do. Yeah, there we go. Now if we were to thaw, there's all that line work that we preserved. And I'm going to keep that frozen for the moment. And we've got some EP, we got their water valve, we got the water meter. We got as that fence does this correctly, is that correct?
It does.
Okay. And all looks okay there. There's edge concrete. Then this is a util point. Whereas this one is that vault access. That's this pink line that it's drawing here. But these are some other markers, right? So we've got those to resolve. And we've got this stuff in here that we talked about earlier about fixing, like deciding which point is which and all that. Now, I would be, and was it edge of pavement, and again, I took in my earlier edits, I had changed that to start the arcs. And of course, what you want to do with those is, since we had edited those other features, just check your elevations here. Let's do a quick profile. This time we're going to go across screen entities and just, come across it here to verify that indeed we see now when I'm tracing here, that's my pavement. I come across that edge of pavement, which is right there. I come over to here, and then there's that flow line. That looks good. And I get up to the top now. Right there, that is the offset line. You can see in the profile how it leans back. We see that elevation, but it slopes backward now 3.4% down to the back of curb feature. All right, so let's just do a one-time. There it is. No vertical exaggeration, and you can see the top of curb that we set to be half a foot is still a little higher than the curb. Or the back of curb that we showed. Now that might be the case, or we may not care, but if you're doing a curb type thing, and if you want that to verify if when it rains, the water is going to roll back into the parking lot and not off, to the back of the curb, it's, I don't know.
I think they're going to be taking those curbs out at some point.
So in this regard, don't spend a lot of time tracking down stuff like that. That's not going to be of any import. But it's just a good way to help check things. Now let's go up here, for instance, where we were on that last one. So there now is where we said that was a square curb.
Okay.
All right, so that looks all right. So just another way of checking things. And there's where we did that work across that entrance. So we're now right now you can see, let me put so there's a slight, there's like a 4% downslope left to right across that, up here across this entrance. If that's correct, that's correct. So it's an elevation of up here of about 667.39. We come down to here and it's at 660. Get the crosshairs there. 666.7. So from 6.7 to 7.4. So it's not drastic, right? So even though it's reading at 4%, that could well be that difference in elevation. I don't know. You just have to know the site and whether or not it kind of kicks over to the right like that.
It does. It's actually the entire site, and globally is kind of going downhill.
Okay. And then, I would just do some spot checks like that. Now this is a great tool for when you once you build your surface that you can start to evaluate with, because you can do some cuts on that and move it around and see it in real time. And again, there's your standard 3.5% versus 4% on the other one. So that seems to be holding out. And there it's coming. Now there's another case right in here where the back of the curb is lower than the top of the curb, but that, it might be because again, the whole site's tilted. Up in here, we're a little flatter there. That's it's still 2% across the top of that curb. But in here, it's 6% across, but 6% is not it sounds like a big number, but the elevation right there at the top of curb is 69.61. The back of the curb we're reading as 69.57. So, it's barely measurable, really. So, don't
Right.
get concerned. I would not look so much at numbers as I would at visual and trends. And you could look at this and you could see, oh my gosh, that kicked way up here in space, then that's an issue. You do have an issue, for instance, however, coming this way. Right. And let's put it down to no exaggeration, but you can still see that's a 20% cross slope on that road. So there's obviously an error there. Okay, and then it hits the curb and then it climbs up and it gets to the building right in there. And then it drops a little bit. Because you've got some, let's see if we can zoom in there. If I'm back down to, let's see, right in here. So right to that line right there, which you've got as edge of concrete. I see the EC code on the point behind it. So the edge of concrete, and then it comes to this little low spot right there. And I'd say low spot, I'm looking at the profile.
Right.
So don't really, let's see, where is that bottom out? Right in there. So that's where that building line, because we shot, you shot this feature across here, and maybe there's even more than one going across there. I'm not sure, it doesn't look like it. But the edge of concrete along that line, at least, is measured as being higher than the edge of the building. But again, those elevations are set by this point to this point, and from this other end point over here to this end point over here. So you can assess whether you need to add a little kink point in your building line to match that, or in this case, this is trivial, it doesn't matter.
Certainly the exercise of being able to see that, and
yeah,
because that's a little planter out front.
Yeah. So, and now here's a case where you're going to really start to see some of this multiple line work. And again, let's take the fit down to 1. So out here on the ground.
And that's actually like a little ramp, concrete, not as much a sidewalk, but a ramp, because they were driving vehicles up into that.
So it's like a little apron up into.
Yep.
Okay. So in that case, when you look at this now, if I were looking at this, being unfamiliar with the site, I would suspect that, hey, you got a problem out there. But since you know it, and that's the case, and right in there, there's a little lip, and that may well be that you've gotten the stuff you need to get. So again, just to go all the way across the. Side here, take the for exaggeration down. So now there's your little ramp coming up, building floor, and it's sort of flat, negative 0.3%. That's not bad. And then you get out here in the parking lot, it's a negative 5.5%, 5.8% cross slope. Pick up that curb. It comes there across the curb, and it goes the back of the curb now, again, being lower than that half-foot assumption that we raised the offset. So you might look at all that, and if everything's done that way, you might reassess the amount of offset. I just said a half-foot curb just generically. So that might actually need to be, 0.4 feet instead of 0.5 feet. So, and you would actually, you could evaluate that with, see what we have, the 4400s we saw. But we don't see the other points because we told it not to process those groups. But remember, we added that 0.44 to this up here. So maybe our
Mhm.
offset should be 0.44 instead of 0.5. In which case, there's an easy fix to that. Instead of going back to field to finish to do all that, you just find the ones that were offset, like this line here,
Mhm.
that was offset all the way around from that flow line that we did. Now we made some edits here to taper it, but you would find those amounts of offset, and then for that point, you would go in and change the OV to whatever the difference is. You would read the elevation of the point that you surveyed there and the point that you surveyed to the back of the curb. If they're near each other, find out what that offset is. And then you would just simply, you could either go into the point descriptions then and change the offset amounts,
Mhm.
or in this case, once you're building this and you want to make a sort of a global edit to all of those things, I would just select those individual pieces, and I'd be, be careful here because I'd have to go back and retaper this, but and I would just simply move that up and down, and you can do that, with a change elevation command. You can change elevations and make it differential, and just go instead of 5, you would say negative 0.06. So you're going to drop it by 0.06, the difference between 4400s and 5 hundredths or 50 hundredths, half a foot. So, there's all kinds of ways to do all that, but the key is to everything here. And anytime you're doing, let's say you want to start using that time saver flow line, you want to make the offsets. You got your folding ruler or tape measure or your rod, if it's graduated on, whatever. When you're out there shooting the point, don't just assume it's a half foot. Just do a quick measurement and see what it is. And
Okay.
that's the number you put in the data collector. You don't put in half a foot and then go back and fix it later. So once you get all that stuff done, then you're able to have field to finish do all of this stuff for you, and you don't have this editing task in the office. But even with that, field to finish has really given us a way to, I didn't have to, well, first of all, smoothing, I know your thought process, and that was good thinking, but that's not the proper tool. So we were able to use field to finish to generate this stuff and have it, okay, I know what I should have coded the point, I'm going to change the code. And now I'm going to go back and recreate all of this instead of you having to draw and play connect the dots.
Mhm.
I cannot get my friend to grasp that. I mean, he grasps it, he admits
You
to
just
it.
don't, right.
Yeah.
It's just on my end, I can't learn it fast enough. It's just
Yeah.
brilliant.
And so, and there would be another place, for instance, that I would want to double check. Anytime you've got features drawn. And so here, again, I'll go back to this, I'll set my elevation down to, for my exaggeration over here, I set the point to X1 times 1. So there's no vertical. And I just verify, and I just look, and I ask myself, okay, now I'm going to hit the edge of the road right in here. And that looks like it climbs up and it hits a crown point right in there, and then comes back.
Mhm.
Look at that. Wow, that looks like it was perfectly done. So, I'd be happy with that. So just, do these little spot checks around. Here's another case where, particularly if you've shot, toes of slopes and stuff like that, and back to that. And so there is now.
And that looks right.
Down here, it hits that at the toe of the slope, and then it flattens out, it comes across. So everything looks good in those regards. Now, I didn't, again, my fence coating, I did not make as 3D polylines. You can, if you.
Well, that brake line and fence were so close in
Well,
elevation.
Yeah, but not just so much the elevation, but like if you're shooting a fence out in the field, you know, like you're gonna get points every so often along the fence, but are you gonna necessarily notice where the ground has a little high spot or a low spot along the fence line? It's hard to see those. And a lot of times, you know, fence lines in particular, we typically just get the posts and, you know, let it draw in between.
Right.
Now, we do have the elevations of these corners, those are fine, you can get those. But if you treat that as a break line, if you have it generate 3D lines as well as 2Ds, excuse me, then you're gonna have a situation where, you know, maybe you got some spots in here and some spots over here, and they really form the ground under the fence. But that fence is gonna keep those triangles from seeing across that barrier. That's gonna become a break line. And so if there was, you know, if the ground sort of drops and sags or rises up in the middle, you're not gonna catch that, which you would if you could look through that line to the other side. So that's why we typically leave those as 2Ds. But if you do want to use them as break lines, you need to look down that fence line and make sure you get every high spot and every low spot, as well as everywhere it moves horizontally. I mean, this one's obvious. You get this point, this point. But you know, if the ground has a high spot here and a low spot there, you need to get those as well, even though they're on the same line, the same fence line. So that's just why you know, it's a little bit tough on fence structures in particular to get those. So that's no big deal. And you've got a break line right there that you created. We actually ran it as I guess top of bank. So that's perfectly sufficient. And really though, there's not any points back here other than the fence line. So there's nothing here to really worry about this having to be a break line, other than we need the bottom of the slope to come to the top of the slope. We don't need it to, you know, die out there or go up to the fence. So we'll take it here. But you could also have had some shots back in here and the fence would not interrupt those triangles.
Okay. Yeah.
So that's what I would do. Look at some derivations there. Here we've got some cases like some EC edge of concrete. And now we have this line, which was that back of curb line. Okay. So, you know, are these points you shot here, are they on the back of curb as well? Or what were they? These EC points, edge of concrete. You may be muted again. You are.
That was actually the edges of the end of a sidewalk that led up to the building.
So this here is a sidewalk. So, but this point, this physical point here is showing to be beyond this line, which was the back of curb. From the last back of curb point, we shot back here, and then we picked up another one way down here.
You know what? It might have been thrown off a tad when we adjusted some of those points.
Yeah, the ones where we threw out, but we threw out mostly gutter points in there.
Oh, that's right. That's right.
But so what I'm getting at is, if those are like if you catch this edge of concrete and it's also the back of this curb, like for that curb go, you know, continuously across there, then all you would do is you would make that an EC start, and it would also be a BOC. Okay.
Okay.
So then it looks back and it knows there's a BOC working from here, and it hits that point. Actually, you'd probably code that as BOC space EC start, you know, so it depends on, you know, when you did when you observed the point as to which way. But
right.
So anytime there's a feature that comes into a feature you're working on, grab it and double code it so that this line prints. Now, after the fact, you can do this. You can come up to our add polyline vertex, and we can select this 3D polyline. Oops, let's try to remove, I got the wrong. We're gonna add a polyline vertex. We're gonna grab this polyline. Now pick or enter a point to add. So we're gonna just pick that line point or that endpoint there. It reads the elevation down here and asks if that's okay. You would say, yep. And then you do another one and say, I want to go to there, reads that elevation and say, okay. And now that, that 3D line, even though it was generated with the BOC from here over to there, it's now got an endpoint.
Okay, I see what I did.
All right, so now if I don't do that, when I look at this in 3D, and there's that point out there. But you see in here, so I've got this, the green back of curb line is crossing the ends of those edge of sidewalk lines. And I don't know by how much, it's slight, but that's going to generate a crossing brake line error condition.
You know, I must have located the BOC on either side of that, picked up the ECs, and that BOC actually crossed that line. So like you said, whenever you have two
Yeah,
back of curb and EC coming to like that, you want to get that intersection. I see exactly what I did there.
yeah, and so you want to double code that point, because you didn't shoot anything on the curb up here, and that curb wanders a little bit, but because you shot it back here and you shot it down here. So, and since you didn't shoot anything, the assumption is I'm going to go from this point to that point because it looks straight and that's fine. But then when you got the sidewalk, you got it, and you might have been on the back of curb, but yeah, well, you sort of missed it.
Yeah.
So, you know, so those are the kinds of things to consider. So now, again, if you then add into that point there, we'll grab that one, accept the elevation, we'll grab that one, accept the elevation, and now I've got it so it's slightly less than the same width all the way across evenly. But when we look at everything in 3D, we now see it lines right up with that. Now these little white lines, that's the edge of the point symbol, so don't
Right.
along the, so there, yeah, you see there's a couple of little kinks in it, and whereas we might, you know, that might interfere with their aesthetic senses to have it, but that might be the case because when they poured that concrete, you know, that's where you measured the actual point. So that's what you're after, you know, to get established there. So that back of curb now comes up and includes those 2 points and continues on. So when you're shooting this back of curb, that's the ideal point to right when you get there. So back of curb space EC ST. At the next point you say back of curb EC1 ST. Then you would come over here and get your EC, EL, and you would get these as EC1 until you get around to the EC1 EL. And then that, and the reason you would call that EC1 is so that you could get other points. This is still open, so it's going to connect all of the ECs on the open and all the EC1. So it doesn't matter which order you get those in, just keep straight which feature you're working on. Okay. So, and there's a case right there's an example right there of a little, see, there's that little step up. That, and it could be okay. That could be what it's doing.
Oh, it is. That's a it goes up to the top of a little porch.
So
And
there's,
then,
that's a step. In other
right,
words.
and then those are planters that continues out like a small, I had on this drawing that I had was working on I had copied polylines and did the offset to create that thick that 6-inch thick planter wall.
Yeah. So those were, let's see right in here. So really it does something sort of like,
I don't know.
Yes.
And it's adds the timber bill, you think this will just.
so it does sort of like that.
Yes.
Yeah. And then now, should there be, and it could be that we just haven't drawn it yet, or I didn't select them, are there points down?
Right.
Yes. Yeah, those are I did paper. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's elevated all the way around, so. And again, just like we did with the curbs, and the gutters and all that stuff up in those areas, we could. You know, once we know that, we'll just kick it, know it's a 6-inch, we'll just, drop it. We'll kick it out a little bit and drop it 6 inches and we'll have it. Otherwise, these points out here, like this point number 71. It's, let me go back to this.
So, to senior. Yeah, and I did.
So this point 71, which is out
So
here,
that I also added less.
and then it hits this point up here,
Just
which
even
is top. There's an EC point there. There's
Also, that's all.
another point there. So there's your top point.
So
So this point on the ground, it's going to see this point and goes, you're going to have that sloped edge. So that's why you have that as an offset. And so what I would do, is this, whichever one of those is the best defined, get the bottom and
that's
then
the original one they had to, if you, they had to update the cost.
Okay.
Okay, so you can do that. And again, you can do it or just take a note and remember when you come back and you generate this. You isolate that structure and based on the offset command. It doesn't have to, everything doesn't have to be done in field to finish, but a lot of it can be, so you're not having to remember.
Right.
All right.
Okay.
All right. So that puts us
Yeah.
about a day here. I don't want to hold up your evening time. I've got plenty of time though. If you continue, I'll be glad.
Yeah, I'd like to. I've got to jump on about 3 or 4 quotes to have generated in the morning, but I would like to continue this all the way through, being able to generate those contour lines.
Oh yeah.
What does your afternoon look like tomorrow?
Tomorrow is not a good day at all.
Okay.
But the rest of the week I think is okay. Wednesday.
What about Thursday?
Thursday and Friday, I mean, I've got evening church time for Monday, Thursday, and Good Friday services. I'm in the choir and we do a big program. So those will be the daytimes are fine.
Okay. Well, you want to do maybe Thursday morning?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Okay.
So what time do you want to get started?
Oh, let's do you want to do 8 o'clock my time, 9 o'clock your time?
Okie dokie. Okay, 9 o'clock Eastern.
And then he's out of town. He'll be back Thursday. He's going to start the boundary on this. I'm going to try to get this to these guys on Monday at some point.
All right.
So I will, man, I'll take Ken, this is a freaking mind blower, not just on fixing this to go to, but what it helps me to apply in the field
Oh, yeah.
is just extraordinary. Man, I can't thank you enough.
Well, you're most welcome, and I'm very glad that you're eager to learn that. There's so many people that get this stuff, and they barely scratch the surface of what this stuff can do.
Yeah.
And so then they get this bad feeling in the back of their mind and say, well, Carlson can't do what I want it to do. Blah, 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 blah. Well, yeah, it can too. It does exactly what you're telling it to do. And yeah, you run into the occasional issue, but you can get that resolved. But
Right.
the fact that and you're going to see it. I mean, I've built surface models that included stair steps and loading docks and even and retaining walls and even handrails, believe it or not, that goes into being part of an actual surface. So it can all be done. You just got to know what it's doing and how to do it and where the tools are. And so I'm glad to see you eager to do it. Unfortunately, so many people, and it's understandable, budget is budget is budget.
Yeah.
It costs money to learn it. It does cost money to I can't tell you how many places I've worked for that, the boss will come around and say, you're spending too much time, just get it done. We got to get it out the door.
Yeah, it might take me a little longer learning this, but it's going to save us an immense amount of time going forward.
That's the thing. And that's the vision that those types of managers lack. They can't look down the road and see that this is an investment well worth making.
Oh, yeah.
To be able to increase your profits later, because you can do it so much faster at that point. And you know what you're doing and you're doing it correctly. There's always time to do it over, but
I hate doing that. Yeah. Hey, real quick, while we were on the lesson, I had made an inquiry about the new Cat 50 LiDAR drone system that Carlson released, and they got a response back from David Sanford. So I told him to be sure I told him that I was on with Ken, and he said, tell good old Ken I said hi.
Oh, good for him.
There you go. There you go.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
Eagle Point, by the way, was the company he used to work for. I couldn't think of it the other day, but there it is. So
Eagle Point.
Yeah. And so I got your stuff you sent earlier. That could be a really nice looking job. And I threw it in Google Earth and looked at the little creek crossing down there. It's a nice little idyllic place. Looks like
I didn't know if I don't have the point cloud and all that right now, but I think you and I working, me watching you work on it and recording it would be a tremendous a bank in the library once again. So that's one of the things I've got to work on tonight, put together this quote. And so I'm just going to count on spending with you to bring in that drone data and work that through for contours.
Right. And I know what they've given you here is preliminary, but like Carlson has tools to do parcel layouts and subdivision designs and all that, and things that you can for instance, if you wanted that lot line to go to the corner, well, you can hold that. And if you want, like, these are looking like they're targeting 5-acre lots. They're just over 5 acres. Well, here's a little smaller one. You can basically put in the boundary in the center of the road and you tell it, I want 5-acre lots, and boom, it'll generate them. And it won't have this weird geometry like this. It'll keep these lines radial to the cul-de-sacs.
Dude, sign me up for that right now.
Yeah. So that's there. Now let me see. That would be under back in your survey. You're here, but you see this the area and layout. It's all this lot net stuff. Okay? That's and you got parking lot layout for design, but these lot nets, and then you got the area adjustments where you can, like this hinged area, for instance, if you do you use the automatic parcel generation, and it's going to go through and make these radial lines, and it might you'll tell it 5 acres, and it makes them around here, and then it would make these all exactly 5 acres, and it puts the excess in this end lot, or you can distribute the excess through all the lots, or make a little parklet or something like that. But let's say it
Mhm.
does all this on the first pass and it generates this, and you want that to go to the corner. Well, then you can take that lot line, pick the corner up, stick it in that corner, and now the areas are slightly different. This one's more than 5 acres, that one's less than. But you run that command, that hinged area command, you say, all right, I'm going to start on that corner that I've moved up here. The line goes up here, and I want you to swing that, hold that corner point and swing that. It's the hinged point area. And you swing that until you get this to be 5 acres, and then this would then, of course, would also be 5 acres, because the two combined previously were 10 acres. So,
Mhm.
there's a lot of good stuff that's in here.
Cool.
That's so far beyond. Now, I also realize that's probably not your role on that project. They're probably doing that as well. But
Well, but they're going to give us a kind of a preliminary, but they have asked us so that, once they get the idea, we develop the preliminary plat, because we'll submit it for the platting process. But this is stuff that I want to know just to help me, and be able to converse with the engineers better and understand what they're doing. So no, it's right up my alley at some point, I know.
and you would, just little aesthetic things like, that I was noticing here, like, see that line there? I would continue
Mhm.
on the same bearing.
Yeah, same bearing, yeah.
Yeah, so, just, and things that, does it have to do that? No, it doesn't have to, but, it's just good design. And this bit down here was a little odd. He probably went there just so he can get to the corner. Or they may have
Mhm.
just, slap some lines down. I don't know what they did, but so, if you're involved in doing any of that lot design, the layout, then that can be done automatically. Now, and beyond that, I'm gonna let you go. On the civil variation of that same tool, you can design this road. You put in the horizontal alignment, and you would give it a vertical alignment. So you got the vertical curves as well. So it's going to go up and down and whatever it needs to do.
Mhm.
Then these lot lines, as you run through here, the lot line itself, you can generate the 3D lines so that it starts and it reads the elevations of the road and the road edges, the edge of pavement and back of the sidewalk, whatever you might have out there that you want to reference. And it will start that elevation there. And then it can go up and follow a template. You say, I want to come up, a 5% upgrade to my house pad, go level across the pad and then tie back down to the back line, or, there's all kinds of little rules you can put in here. And then once you got the rules set up, then if you pick up that road and tweak the road, you move the cul-de-sac up in here, you add a curve, or you change the elevation, make it up and down, all of that stuff goes with it. So that you don't have to, and so, your grading plan is pretty much done once
Mhm.
you've established those relationships. Okay. So, like I
Wow.
said, there's a lot of power there, and a lot of people just fail to grasp how much there's really that there is, and or are not interested because they don't, but this is approaching having a done button, like
Yeah.
build
Well,
staples.
I tell you, I am interested, therefore I can't learn it fast enough. I mean, I can't. I need a USB port somewhere
Yep.
on my body.
There you go. Well, we used to make crude jokes about cable sockets. So,
Yeah. It's supposed to go. Yeah.
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 So
Yeah.
anyway,
All
so
right, brother.
that's what I hope that you'll keep your eye on that, get up out of the weeds every now and then and sort of look at this from 35,000 feet from time to time and see where it goes. So, all right.
Well,
So
I'm
with
gonna
that,
get
I'll let you skedaddle. I am going to, let's turn the recording. Well, it'll stop when we end. But I'll go ahead and end our session. And I will I'll give you the, I'll send you these files by email that I'm working on, so you can look at it between now and Thursday. Just
Okay.
make sure you keep your other ones intact.
Yes.
Make a backup. So, because I don't know that I changed the names, I may have, may not have, but but the coordinate file, we've changed all over the place. So, make sure you keep your originals just in case.
Absolutely.
I'll send you those, and then, we can look at it on your end. You can share your screen with me, and I can remote control, or vice versa. We can continue what we're doing here
Okay.
on Thursday, but we'll pick it back up and go from there. All right.
Sounds good, Ken. I really appreciate it, man. Super excited.
Oh, good. Good. All right. Well, go get yourself a nice cold long neck, and we'll be in good shape.
We'll do it, buddy.
Lone
See you
Star.
Thursday
I'm sorry,
morning.
Lone Star is the
That's
brand
it.
name. Yeah.
Cold is good.
Yeah, we had a brand up here that a lot of people, especially the hipsters, rediscovered it, called Rolling Rock. It's really kind of cheesy beer, but
Oh yeah. Yeah, man. Just drink it all the time down here.
yeah, but Yingling is a good one. That's actually from one of the oldest continuously operating breweries in the country, and it's
Yeah.
from sort of out central PA.
Is it really? We had that. Where did we have Yingling? When we went to dinner with your mom and dad. Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one.
My brother, he went to the Air Force for 11 years before he went back to college, and he got to Virginia Tech. And he now I was living up here in Pittsburgh at that point. He lives up here now, has for about the last 10 years, but I've been here 30. And so he was at Virginia Tech, and because he was older and he was in the Air Force, he was he was right around age 30 or whatever, but he was in the he joined a rugby club, because he learned to play rugby when he was overseas, and he really liked it. And they had a rugby club there at Tech, so he was there, and he's sort of the old man in the rugby club, and they were playing in a tournament down in Cape Fear, South Carolina, and he quote discovered this beer called Yingling, and I really liked it. And of course, they couldn't get it there in Blacksburg. So he went back, and he says, he goes to the club the next day. He goes, "Now, boys, I want to show you a little something that I picked up in the military. And this is called the power of persuasion." And if you watched MASH at all, and you saw how, you see how Radar and Klinger, they get on the phone and they wheel and deal and make these deals. Well, let me show you how this works. And so he sat down, he wrote a letter and addressed it to the CEO of Yingling Brewery. And he found out who it was and addressed it to him and said, "We were recently on a out of town tournament and blah, blah, blah. We discovered your very excellent product and we love it. But the problem is we can't get any around here in our location. Could you please advise and let us know where we could, purchase this anywhere locally?" And he says, and so anyway, something to that effect. And he sent it off to the guy. And he told the rugby club, he says, "Now watch what happens." And so the guy sends back and says, "Thank you very much for your very interesting letter. We're so pleased that you like our products. And we're so sorry we don't have a distributor down there. So allow us to," and he sent,
Here's 50 cases.
Like, I don't know, 20 some cases of Yingling, free of charge, just for the letter.
Wow. Wow. That's
so
it. Power of persuasion.
Underestimate the power of a kind word. So,
absolutely not. Absolutely not.
So that also comes from being an older guy and drinking a lot of beer when you're overseas. So
exactly.
All righty. Well, I'm gonna let you get
all right,
to
buddy.
it. We'll see you on Thursday morning.
I'll see you there.
Okay, Doug. Take care, Mike.
All right. Have a good night, Ken. Bye.